I have these puzzles. This is just a YouTube. This is what YouTube's trying to recommend to me. Pokemon videos. The same episode is So True I've seen, and Northern Lion stuff. Thank God that wasn't like a window with something deplorable on it. Tasting history. Yeah, I watched a tasting history video that was like, here's the worst tasting history, or here are the worst things I've ever made. I thought that was kind of interesting. Anyways, let's do Enchant Worldle. I'll say goodbye and I'll say hello. You say goodbye, I say hello. He's Beatles posting already. Let's see. Common, creature or enchantment, green or black. Oh, it's so new. Wailing Ghoul. Oh. Footlight Fiend. I think that's the only one it could be. Probably not the only one, but that was pretty good. You gotta admit that was a little impressive. That was a little impressive. You gotta admit. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. Spellify. I'm glad that it's quick too, because we got a lot of cards to talk about. Equipment. Dark Steel. Oh. Mithril. Oh. Armor? If a creature... Huh. No, it wouldn't be armor. Popular equipment. T? Creature... Equip creature... has Death Touch and Lifelink Basilisk Collar. And that's just the reminder text for both Death Touch and Lifelink in the same one. Thank you, Foundations, for making Spellify more difficult for me. Unironically. The hell is this? Too many keywords? I mean, it has flying... Vigilance? Lifelink. Flying, lifelink, and then something. Death Touch? Yeah. Flying, Death Touch, lifelink. Flying, Death Touch, lifelink. It's like a Vampire Nighthawk? Get. The creature types. It might be a dragon. No. It's not a dragon. It's not an angel. And it's not a vampire. No, that's not correct. It could be a vampire? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, it couldn't be a vampire. Flying Death Touch lifelink. I feel like I would know this because it's a Vampire Nighthawk. How would I not know a Vampire Nighthawk? Could be a demon. No, it can't. It's not creature type demon. Oh. Mortal. No. It's not mortal. Alola. Al. What the fuck is this? This must be Universes Beyond or something. Aural. Flying Death Touch Lifelink. Enchantment spell. Whenever you cast an artifact or enchantment spell, create a blank blue something creature token with flying. Oh, it's the fucking other creatures you control with flying get +1/+, or +1/+0. It's a Layla, right? Yes, not Alesha. It's a Layla, Artful Provocateur. Artful Provocateur. Shit, I misspelled. Alayla, Artful Provocateur. There we go. I was trying to figure out what it was. Because it's like a Vampire Nighthawk. Not a card I associate with being a Vampire Nighthawk, admittedly. I have it a Layla deck. It's pretty funny. It's literally just a Layla and a bunch of anthems, and you just cast an anthem, and it makes a fairy, and that fairy gets buffed by a Layla, gets buffed by the anthems. It's kind of cool. I think it's kind of cool. Anyways, I'm going to put on some music. And then we're going to talk about this. Hi, Chad. How are you? How you doing? Commander. Yeah, it sounds like Spellify. Oh, you're going to have to tell me how the volume is. Because my volume settings are so messed up because of all the Pokemon. I would like to get the volume settings. Things I should have done before going live. Alright. I'm talking about Secrets of Strixhaven. This is a brand new set for Magic the Gathering, the trading card game. It's coming out very soon. At time of recording, we just had the PPR, and a portion of our North 100 set review has come out. This is going to be my set review, where my opinion on cards may have changed from the recording of the North 100 set review, of which we recorded very much in advance. I've had the opportunity to play with some of these cards as well, not just in limited, and so maybe that will have changed my take, but I think I'm relatively consistent with my vibe on this set. Maybe a little shift here and there. But if you're going to go off my opinion on any of these cards, this is the place to do so. I'm also going to be talking about these cards through a more competitive lens for Canadian Highlander. This is Canadian Highlander set review. I am not just going to dismiss cards entirely. Sometimes I might run to a card and be like, this just doesn't have the rate and it doesn't have the deck list to show up in, and it's just not worth your time. But if I look at a card that has some kind of play to it, I'm going to talk about the best constructed deck for it. The best Canadian Highlander deck for it. But if this were just a set review talking about which of these top tier cards go into top tier strategies, it'd be a pretty boring set review. I'm going to go Wooburg. Going to be stopping at the end of each color if people have any questions, comments, concerns. If you're watching on Twitch, you can obviously ask me some questions, comments, concerns. If you're watching on YouTube, then hi, how are you? I'll try to respond to comments. Unless you're one of the people that... there's somebody that always asks just the worst question. That's not true. They ask a lot of questions. You're faceless if you're on YouTube because everybody's username is different. On here, if somebody's like, this card's good in this deck, I'm like, oh, right. They're that person. This is how they feel about Magic the Gathering. But I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, of course. Ask your questions. What made me start cutting my hair? Societal pressure. I'm including cards from the Commander set as well. So you're going to see a whole bunch of cards that are not in the main packs, but they're in the Commander packs. I'm not going to talk about every single card. I am going to at least mention every single rare and mythic because they're kind of fun to look at. And obviously I'm going to talk about some cool uncommons that show up. Shall we start? What beverage do I have? I have some water, but I also have a 0 sugar maple cola Pepsi. It's a very Canadian drink, and it's fine. It's fine. It's all right. Pretty sure we mispronounced this card on the set review. Although that's like, you know, kind of the free space on your bingo card. If Serge is the one reading out the card names or the card text sometimes. We'll get to that, don't worry. This is Antiquities on the Loose. 1 white for a sorcery. You create 2/2 red and white spirit tokens. Then if this spell was cast from anywhere other than your hand, you put a 1/1 counter on each spirit you control. And it has flashback for 4 white. Tokens is a very powerful strategy. It's a pretty straightforward strategy, and it's a very powerful strategy. It's also one that's quite flexible. I think the only color that you're really locked into when you're building a token stack is white. Which also means that it is often your primary color. So even though this is the rare occurrence of a card printed in 2026 with multiple pips of mana, colored mana at that costs 3 or less, the mana cost isn't that scary. It's one way. We've done it before, we've done it again. The ability itself to make 4/4 power and toughness on 2 bodies is reasonable. I'd say it's above rate, especially in a deck that wants you to have more bodies so that your anthem effects, your cards that count creatures are going to be able to do quite a bit more, you know, like you would rather have 2/2/2s than 1/4/4 in the token strategy. I don't even remember if I read flashback on this card, but flashback is on this card. So you have a way to cast this from outside your hand just on the card. And you have a way to get even more value from this card on the card. So playing this early, turn 2 or turn 3, somewhere in the early game, the mid game, you make bodies. You make some reasonable bodies that are going to synergize with your deck. And then later on, if the game goes on, which for tokens, they can run you over, but they can also grind you out. A war of attrition against the token strategy is not a war you want to fight. And if they get to do that, they might get to flashback this card. That's very scary because obviously then you're paying 6 mana and getting 6/6 worth of stats across 2 bodies. And you've already just gotten some value out of this card. There's additional value in where and how, I guess, you cast this card. It's not that unlikely for the decks to play this card to have ways of casting this card outside of flashback from other zones, right? Lelia, Inti, Headliner Scarlet, right? Red's a very popular pairing in the tokens decks. And this card is quite good, obviously, if you pay 3 mana and then get 6/6 worth of stats. Somebody in chat, Para, is saying it's Magical Christmas Land. I don't even think it's that unlikely. Like it's one of those things where it will happen more than you'd think over the course of, like you play 100 games. How many times is that going to happen? Some of these decks, the tokens decks, don't have those cards like Inti or Lelia or whatever. It just depends on how ham they go into the tokens, how like centered on going wide they are. There are some tokens decks that look to go a bit wide. but still play like the really powerful proactive red X creatures and whatnot. But outside of red, the flashback cost is not that bad in a deck that's using a bulk of, if not all of its points on fast mana. Even non-green versions, right? Like a green version of a tokens deck like Green White X will have, Gaia's Cradle. It'll have Moxen. Gaia's Cradle, not a pointed card, but it'll have Gaia's Cradle and Mana Dorks in its build. It'll have Moxen. It'll have Soul Ring, Ancient Tomb, all that shit. So getting to the flashback's pretty relevant. Outside the green list, you still just are likely to run triple Moxen or Mox, and then some other combination of fast mana. Also notably, it's not just putting counters on those spirits. It's putting a counter on each spirit you control. Spirit is a pretty common token to be made in the token stack. You know, we can see it on Staff of the Storyteller. We can see it on Lingering Souls. They show up, right? And so you might even get a little bonus damage from this. And it's also not just non-token spirits. So again, if we have the aforementioned Lelia, you are bolstering your Lelia. Yeah, I think this card is pretty straightforward at what it does, in that you just make bodies. But there are so many little kind of bonuses that you can get from playing this card that I think push it into the territory of it's more likely that this card will show up in the tokens decks than not. Where to go? Augusta Order Returned. 2 and a white for a 1/3 legendary Spirit Advisor with Flying and Vigilance. Whenever Augusta attacks, each player exiles a card from their graveyard. When one or more non-land when one or more non-land cards are exiled this way, you put that many 1/1 counters on target attacking creature. Not having an ETB really sets this card back. I understand that obviously if it had an ETB, it's a little awkward with the on target attacking creature. This is a card from the Commander product and is designed for multiplayer, understandably. Just not enough good going for it. It does have, Flying, Vigilance, and this stat line, if it gets going, can be real annoying. But there are just better cards to cast at arguably one of the most competitive mana slots in the format of like white X3 drops. You have so much. Some of these Commander cards I haven't really read. I skipped over them when building the set review. Like when I built the North 100 set review, I looked at some stuff. I'm like, You only get 1 counter per attack? No, you put that many counters. So if you attack and both players exile non-land cards, you get to put 2 1/1 counters on an attacking creature. Ceaseless Conflict. 3 white for a sorcery. You destroy all creatures. Then you create a 3/2 red and white spirit token for each non-token creature you controlled that was destroyed this way. 5 mana Wrath is a hard sell. For a lot of players, a 4 mana Wrath is a hard sell. Depending on your metagame, 4 mana Wrath's pretty darn good. But, a 5 mana Wrath? I wouldn't fault somebody for playing, say, Sunfall in blue-white, giving it a shot. Exile is huge. The Incubator token's huge. I'm just not seeing this card doing much. Daydream. This is 1 white for a sorcery. You exile target creature you control, then return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control with a 1/1 counter on it. And then has flashback for 2 and a white. Great art on this card. Very cute. Powerful card. It's a sorcery, so you lose the blowout potential of something like Ephemerate. You have to be a little more proactive with this card than anything, which is definitely going to set it back. That said, I can see a world where a deck looking to max out on this type of effect is willing to play it. We've seen some sorcery speed blink cards show up in the past couple of years, like Splash Portal, I think is one in blue. It's funny to say, but like Blink is a deck that, an archetype rather, that I think in 2026 has a lot of merit. Not just because everything is more board based, and so like it's pretty easy to control the board if you're the deck that looks to put Solitude into play over and over and over again, or cheat out like a Quantum Riddler, or go through the initiative super quickly. You know, it's easy to win those matchups. But also, there are just some haymaker cards that you need. Like, as speaking as a combo player, some of the most annoying cards for my opponents to have. It's not really like a set of different hate bears all coalescing to make a collection of restrictions that prevent me from going off. It's just Mind Sensor. It's just Opposition Agent, you know? And so the Blink decks can really kind of dedicate to playing to the board, getting card advantage, you know, trying to grind or whatever. And then their nod to combo is that they're a deck that often has creature tutors, as well as ways to protect their combo, anti-combo tool, and get it back as well. So Daydream is not a card that lets you protect your Aven Mind Sensor, but it is a card that you can include in a deck that already has a pretty good time protecting its Aven Mind Sensor. You know what I mean? And because of that, you can play these more proactive cards. Like because of that, you can play these more proactive Blink spells and use these spells to start, you know, pushing your game plan forward and saving the instant speed ones, the Ephemerates, the Cloud Shifts, the Personifies, to protect your threat, to do the end of turn thing, to do the in response thing. And that's where the density of this kind of effect is quite good. There's, like, it's funny, I don't know if I'm including this card in a Bant Blink deck, but I would be more interested in, or like an Esper Blink or whatever, or 4-color. I'd be more interested in trying this out in a Black-White Blink. I've been thinking about Black-White 3-animator Blink, or Black-White Initiative with a lot of 3-animator cards, just like kind of as an offshoot of Ruin Your Evening. But just that's the kind of deck where I would want this, where it's like, yeah, this is worse than, say, if I had Essence Flux, but who gives a shit? You can't do anything, and I'm going to target my White Plume Adventurer, or I'm going to target my Lorin, or I'm going to target my Skyclave Apparition, or my Orcish Bowmasters, or my Grief, like, after I've gotten it back. It's just, that's the kind of strategy where the redundancy is so necessary, even if it isn't a reactive spell. And then the flashback just means that you could find yourself in a position where you could really push it, right? Turns this card into 4 mana, blink something twice. That ends the initiative. That puts you through. That's double blink on on your Grief to get their hand out of the way. That's like a fucking Plague Wind with your Solitude. So it's cool to have this kind of card. I mostly wanted to include this card because it's pretty straightforward, but I mostly wanted to include this card to really hammer home that the Blink type of deck, much like Tokens, I think is relatively unexplored in, you know, fiddling with the numbers, figuring out what you're actually trying to achieve with this deck, and also just kind of saying, like, I'm a Blink deck, which means I'm going to hold up blue mana and white mana and do something on your end step and make it really tricky for you to make any progress. Or I'm a black-white deck, which means I'm going to really push my advantage. Like, I'm going to rip your hand apart or whatever. Cool card to have. Dig Site Inventory. 1 white for a sorcery. You put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. It gains vigilance until end of turn. Has flashback for a white. I believe this is a functional reprint from Innistrad Midnight Hunt, a card called Homestead Courage. Which is good if you are looking to play a deck built around cheap spells, casting multiple spells, pump spells, the feather deck, as Serge likes to call it. One of the most important things that you can do for a deck like that is redundancy. Really hammer home redundancy, even for something like this, because in that kind of deck, in a deck looking to trigger heroic or prowess or whatever, this represents 2 triggers. This also represents, 2 spells and 2 counters. And though because it's so cheap, you can also just split it up. So you could target one creature, target another creature, and really get it popping. The downside is I think that deck is likely not very good. It is a slot machine, which is okay. There are certain Magic players that there's a certain portion of the Magic playing community that love slots. Not just the gambling addicts, but just like the people that they just think of Magic as a slot machine of sorts. Also, I just realized Jesus Rathew is spinning on the card. I'm going to move you down here there, pal. So yeah, redundancy for the deck that wants redundancy, but I don't know if that deck, like I'm not telling you like, hey, you want to win this event? Come with me. And I open up this closet and it's just like dig site inventories, Temur battle rages, and like, you know, like Illuminator Virtuoso or whatever it is. But it's kind of neat. Worth experimenting. You could, it's the kind of deck that will go 5-0 and then we'll go 0-5. You know what I mean? A Gonjo Dynastorian. 2 and a white for a Fox Advisor with Vigilance. It's a 2/3. It says whenever you attack with 2 or more creatures, this creature becomes prepared. For those of you that don't know what prepared is, I'm going to give a rundown. Basically, there are a lot of creatures that have creatures with prepared. They gain this status of they are prepared. When they are prepared, you can cast the spell that accompanies the card. So in this case, this spell is a pre-existing card. It's Replenish. 3 and a white for a sorcery. Return all enchantment cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. There are instants that can be prepared as well. There are cards that don't exist in the game. Like they're brand new. They're just attached to Strixhaven creatures that are prepared that, you know, they're new. I can get into that when we get into that because I've seen some people. I saw somebody complain about it on Twitter. That I feel like though I got one guide. I need to stop getting one guide. I need to stop seeing one person on Twitter that has no fucking idea what they're talking about complain about this kind of thing. Where like, I mean, maybe I'll talk about it now just so I don't need to complain about it down the line. But they were talking about how they dislike that there are creatures with prepared spells that reference old cards, and they don't like that, and they think it's weird that there are some that reference pre-existing spells and then cards that have new spells. It's almost as if this game involves more than just, you know, mechanically what the card is doing, and that maybe somebody who has the title Dynastorian, don't even know if that's a real title, but it's pretty darn impressive even if it isn't. It's, hey, this is a fucking professor. This is an expert in the field. They know how to cast Replenish or Ancestral Recall. The Emeritus cycle, they can all cast broken old spells because they're the top of their field. Meanwhile, you have the little duders here casting these basic spells because they're students. They don't know anything. So their spells, they're just learning. They're just learning. If I were prepared, what spell would I cast? I mean, do you want like the like magic idea of me Second Sunrise or Berserk Ponder? Yeah, Copper Tablet. Yeah, this guy spent 30 years learning how to cast Replenish. I mean, this is a funny card because it's not playable. This requires you to attack with some creatures to prepare it for a spell that is very powerful but just does not see play. You know? Cool card, though. Hey, everybody. It's Emeritus of Truce. 1 white for a cat cleric. It's a 3/3 that says when this creature enters, target player creates a 1/1 white and black inkling creature token with flying. Then, if an opponent controls more creatures than you, this creature becomes prepared. Its prepared spell is Swords to Plowshares. A single white instant that says exile target creature, its controller gains life equal to its power. I like this card. It's expensive to I think it's expensive to play it outside of a deck that is looking to reset this card repeatedly through blink effects or through helping hand effects, or a deck that already has access to like removal, you know? Like, I can't really foresee this card showing up in, like, Jeskai. I could see this card in White Weenie. I could see this card in, like, a White X deck. There are plenty of spots where you can target an opponent, giving them the Inkling. Now they have more creatures than you, and you get to swords their thing. I could also see this there just being a spot where you target yourself to make an additional blocker, you swords their best creature, and now you're at parity on creatures. This one is certainly, like, I don't want to say it's worse than some of the other ones, because, you know, these are, a lot of the Emeritus are quite expensive, and, you know, maybe not at the mana value that you want to pay for something in Canadian Highlander. But this is also the type of card that gets, I mean, this one in particular is going to get overrated, but like the investment in your future of getting to make a token and then not, like, you can prepare the Swords to Plowshares and just chill, just wait. You might not need to do it until down the line. Who knows? Yeah. So I don't think this is showing up in like a more controlling kind of strategy, right? But in a creature deck that is looking to trade up and maybe take advantages of some ETBs, I could see this card showing up. Ennis, Debate Moderator. 1 and a white for a legendary human cleric. When Ennis enters, you exile up to one other target creature you control. You return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. And at the beginning of your end step, if one or more cards were put into exile this turn, you put a 1/1 counter on Ennis. This feels unique in what it does. We have Charming Prince, which adds, you know, has the flicker effect, but this happens to be a legendary creature, meaning that you Karakas-ing your own Ennis in a White X deck is pretty exciting, right? Like, you play this, you exile your ETB creature, you get to Karakas your Ennis and replay the Ennis and whatnot. Also, having the delayed ETB has its ups and downs. There are spots where, like, using an instant speed blink on Ennis to get a delayed blink on something else can put your opponent in a tricky situation. The second ability is just, it's fine. This card will grow. It only triggers on your end step, but it doesn't matter who puts the card in exile, right? So this can be an opponent, say, casting a Force of Will, Force of Negation, whatever, or you exiling another card with this ability. You can grow Ennis. I wouldn't play Ennis with the idea that this is going to be an aggressive creature, but I don't think you should be too surprised if you end up attacking with like a 3/3 or a 4/4 Ennis. Also being a human and being a single white pip of mana, pretty relevant. Yeah, I foresee this card will show up, have some play. Don't know if it's long for the format, you know. It seems like the kind of card that we'll have for some archetypes. Will want to play it for quite a bit of time, but I think in a more straightforward white deck that's looking to take advantage of some ETBs, maybe has like a 3 to 6. Well, it depends on how many sets we get, but like what, a 6-month lifespan. Erode. 1 white for an instant. You destroy target creature or planeswalker. Its controller may search their library for a basic land card, put it to play tapped, then shuffle. This card's pretty good. I want to start things off right away because a lot of people look at this and go, isn't this just better Path to Exile? It's different Path to Exile. Path to Exile does something very specific. Path to Exile exiles a creature. Exile is huge for so many reasons. Just get it the fuck out of here. I don't want to think about it. Right? Being able to hit a planeswalker is pretty relevant, right? 1 mana trading up on a planeswalker, be it, thinking about the most popular planeswalkers played in our format, you have like Grist, the Hunger Tide. Being able to get rid of an Oko is nice. Get rid of a Minskenboo is nice. A Narset. 1 mana, get rid of their Narset is also quite nice in certain matchups. It's pretty good. I imagine a lot of decks that play Path to Exile are going to want to play Erode. Yeah, getting rid of 3 fairy is very important. It's very important. Getting rid of getting rid of like Ugin, like at the big Ugin, if like the Paradox decks, getting rid of, like a Tezzeret or whatever can be pretty relevant. Like, I'm not telling you that one is better than the other between Path and Erode, but there are a ton of merits to destroying a Planeswalker for 1 mana. There are also some positives that Path to Exile has where it just gets rid of that creature. Just get it the fuck out of here. I don't want to think about it ever again. But I imagine a lot of decks will likely play both. Some decks might only want to play 1, and then, that's on you. That's on player preference. Destroy is probably going to be a little... destroying a Planeswalker is probably going to be a little more relevant. Depends. Yeah, cool card. Exciting to see. There are people that are they poo-poo Path to Exile. I'm a Path to Exile enjoyer. I love Path. I think it's so good. It's 1 mana, dog. I don't give a shit about giving you a land. All your spells are free anyways. Just let me pay. Well, let me pay 1 mana and get rid of your thing. Forum Filibuster from the Commander product. 3 white for an enchantment that says at the beginning of your upkeep, you create a 2/1 white and black Inkling creature token with flying. When you do, return up to 1 target aura or equipment from your graveyard to the battlefield attached to that token. Very slow for our format. Not a card that's going to see any play, but pretty cool card. I mean, I like this ability. This is kind of exciting. I could see myself playing this, although I'm not really an aura or equipment enjoyer. Maybe who knows? Maybe this mono white self-mill equipment deck. Not in this format. Not in this format. Graduation Day. 1 mana enchantment with Repartie. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature, you put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. This is only 1 mana and does something pretty powerful. Unfortunately, this is not really something that you want to play in a deck that already feels like it's got a bunch of nothing in its deck. You know what I mean? Like, there are very few decks that already want this kind of card, and then they don't necessarily want to pay a whole card for it. It's kind of like Hardened Scales, where, like, at least Hardened Scales is a Magic card where you can just kind of have creatures exist and they grow bigger and Scales interacts with them. This requires you to not only have creatures, but to then have very specific spells to target those creatures. And then and then be in a spot where, like, putting a 1/1 counter on that creature pays for the cost of inclusion of this card and the mana, right? Like, you would need to put a couple of counters on cards for this to, like, even hit, like, the mana threshold of, like, yeah, I would pay a mana for this effect. But then the cost of inclusion is also just, like, not great, This is also a card, for what it's worth. I'm not going to spend a huge amount of time on these, like, Boros Heroic type of decks, or Selesnya or Naya or whatever. But, like, also the kind of card where, like, you're not excited to draw this, right? Like, you accept that you're a deck full of creatures and spells that modify creatures. And sometimes you'll be put into a position where you're top decking. And if you draw a spell to target your creature, you win the game. Or if you draw a creature that you can play and then target with your spells, you win the game. The fact that there's this wrong the wrong part of your deck kind of syndrome is that's one of the features of that archetype that makes it not great. And then this card just doesn't really do either of those. Like, it's just not a card that like you can top deck and be like, damn, this is going to win me the game. So long story short, that's why it wasn't in the North 100 set review. Group Project. 1 and a white for a sorcery. Create a 2/2 red and white spirit token. And then it has flashback. Tap 3 untap creatures you control. This is giving Battle Screech vibes. But Battle Screech, despite being a 4-mana card, 4 mana make 2 1/1 birds. Or 3 1/1 birds. No, 2 1/1 birds. Excuse me. You make 2 1/1 birds with Battle Screech, and then flashback, you have to tap 3 creatures. So the idea being, if you have any one creature, Battle Screech is going to be 4 mana, make 4 birds. Battle Screech does not see any play in our format anymore. We just have better token generators. And the same can be said for this. Like, there's a world where you cast Group Project, then you have some other friends lying around, and then you make another 2/2 spirit. But that's just like a big ask for not much payoff. This is just like a limited card here, but you know, kind of cute. Like, it can make multiple creatures, but why are we playing a card that could potentially do something when we have options that are going to be guaranteed to do something, right? Like, you don't need to play this card if you have Raise the Alarm or if you have Frontline, whatever the hell the card from Tarkir is called. You know, they're just better cards. I would rather play that first card we talk about, the release, the Antiquities or whatever it's called. Antiquities on patrol. Antiquities on the loose. Harsh Annotation. 1 and a white for an instant. You destroy target creature. Its controller creates a 1/1 white and black Inkling creature token with flying. I am lower on this card than I think other people have been. It's not a card that I can really foresee needing to play in blue-white X decks. Like, I'm thinking of like one of the least represented blue-white X decks, right? Like, Jeskai obviously top dog, Esper's pretty good. And then I'm like, would I play this in Bant? Bant being a color combination where my removal is entirely going to be based in white. And the answer is no. I don't think so. Would I play this in blue-white? No, I don't think so. Would I play this in mono-white or white X, like a Death and Taxes style deck? And I still don't think so. Fateful Absence is a card that comes in and out of my deck. Occasionally, it's 1 and a white instant, destroy a creature or planeswalker. Its controller investigates. And that's a card that not every mono-white player was on. I was on it occasionally. It's pretty effective. It does what you want, except it's 2 mana. And now we have a road. So I don't know, like, if I'm cutting Fateful Absence for a card, I'm not going to Harsh Annotation. I'm going to a road. And obviously I'm keeping in Get Lost. So then when am I playing this card? And the answer is I'm playing this card if I want to add extra removal and I decided that I, for whatever reason, don't want Fateful Absence, or that extra removal is on top of Fateful Absence. So I don't think it's unplayable. If somebody was like, actually, I find that giving them a 1/1 doesn't matter, and it's like, okay, sure, go off. That's fine by me. And pictures. Angel is glasses shopping right now. So I'm going to be distracted a little bit looking at my phone. That's okay, though. We've had Bovine Intervention. Yeah, and Bovine Intervention exiles a non-land permanent, gives them a 2/2. What made Angel start wearing glasses? All right, I'll +2 that. All right, you got me. I'll +2 that. Herald of Amity. 3 and a white for a 2/2 flying griffin. When this creature enters, you exile the top 8 cards of your library. You can cast an aura spell from among them without paying its mana cost. Then put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Whenever this creature attacks, it gets +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the number of auras you control. People love Sanctum Stompy. There are some, dedicated Sanctum Stompy enjoyers that get excited anytime you receive a card like this. And yes, hello Mulder. Yes, hello Mulder. Yes, hello Mulder. I'm not excited about this card, and I'm really excited about Sanctum Stompy cards. I feel like Sanctum Stompy is something that could exist, but not in, could exist on not on a competitive level, but I think there's a build of that deck where you could be like, I think I'm going 3-1 with this, I don't think that's the current and more popular iteration, because people really just go ham on it. I think you need to start branching out, including some better cards, some just higher rate cards that kind of put synergy on the back burner, and then use some of your spells that only you have because other players aren't playing them to really push your card above whatever it is they're doing. And you do that through some card advantage cards, and this does provide you potentially with some card advantage, but it is 4 mana that can respond to the trigger, and if you only have this creature or whatever. I think this card would be fair at 2 mana. Oh god, no. But 3 mana. 3 mana I could see. 2 mana, find an aura, put it on it with that ability and flying. That's really good. Your brains have been cooked from Commander. It cheats conscription. Yeah. So did a lot of Americans during the Vietnam War, am I right? I think I'm right. God, I hope I'm right. They came up to Canada. Informed Inkwright. 1 and a white for a 2/2 human wizard with vigilance and repartie. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature, you create a 1/1 white and black inkling creature token with flying. A 2-drop that can make 1/1 flyers is pretty interesting. A 2-drop with only a single pip of mana, also pretty interesting. It's funny that I just it doesn't really fit the set, but this card would be better if it were blue and a white for a 2/2. I just don't know how much repartie is going to it's just, it's not as, this isn't Third Path Iconoclast. This isn't Young Pyromancer. It's not even Monastery Mentor. Or any of those kind of cards, targeting a creature. You do have some amount of cards that can target a creature, obviously spot removal and whatnot, but then this is the worst card in your deck. I think that even if you were on a Jeskai Pyromancer deck, or a white red X Pyromancer deck, this is likely going to be the worst card in your deck, because it asks a lot, and the payoff's not bad, but I would just prefer to play Clarion Spirit if you want something like this. The 2 mana 2/2 that makes do you make 1/1 flyers? I think Clarion Spirit makes 1/1 flyers. Yeah, if you're going to be playing a 2-drop that makes tokens, if you really want to push for this theme, I think you're just better off playing Clarion Spirit or Cosmogrand Zenith or Monastery Mentor. For what it's worth, I just don't think those decks are good. I think that the better version of that just doesn't play white, or if it does play white, I don't think you even play those cards. You play white for swords and path and flage and that kind of exile removal, so that your red removal can't hit. Not for worse versions of your namesake cards, Mentor is okay because Mentor just has this level of oh, you are dead. Prowess with all these spells can be very unpredictable. And if, I don't want to completely poo-poo people looking into a Jeskai Pyromancer style deck. Just, I'm trying to set expectations that I imagine the best build of that deck has very little white mana in the first place. And you are probably, if you are playing a Pyromancer in there, you're on like Mentor, and likely you're on Cosmic Grand Zenith, although that's also incorrect, but you're probably on Cosmic Grand Zenith because, you know, people play cards for a bunch of different reasons, and that card is sick. This one just isn't going to deliver on what you want, and I don't think it plays into the strategy as well as the other cards. Yeah, I do think, like, I think that the Pyromancer decks are pretty interesting because I'd like to see them with Time Walk after Time Walk got its points reduced. I like the reduction on Time Walk makes it pretty interesting. Excuse me. Yeah, anyways. Jeskai Pyromancer is the kind of deck that I would play. One of these days, Angel and I need to do a Canlander stream that's just like, let's just cycle through all these decks that have been on the back burner. You know? The children yearn for Thursday Lander. Thursdander, as we say. Joined Researchers. 1 and a white for a human cleric wizard with first strike. It's a 2/2. Beginning of each end step, if an opponent has more cards in hand than you, this creature becomes prepared. And then its prepared spell is Secret Rendezvous. You and target opponent each draw 3 cards. Very cute card. Direct reference to the magic card from original Strixhaven, Secret Rendezvous. I am excited to play this card in Commander. This is exactly my kind of bullshit. I'm less a Secret Rendezvous player and more of a Cut a Deal player, but Cut a Deal does not have as many lesbians as this card does, so, you know. We're getting 2 mana 2/2s with first strike at increasing speed. Yeah, it's really weird. I thought they were like, hey, actually, first strike stinks, but maybe because, like, first strike on smaller creatures is maybe becoming more common as every color is now getting more access to bigger creatures. You know what I mean? Like, the problem with first strike that we talked about on, if you haven't watched Nelson and I ranking every mechanic, you should watch that. But the problem with first strike is that, like, you realize that the best thing to do with first strike is just not attack some of the time because you just keep them on defense and it's just so nasty, which sucks. But the way to get around that is just have bigger creatures. And that was not a thing that every color could do. And the idea of a big creature also meant you were spending a lot of mana. And first strike is something that it primarily appears in white and red. And white and red are pretty good at spending a very small amount of mana to deal with something that's very big. Or bigger, at least. And so it's kind of a nightmare. But now I think there's been enough change that, like, that's kind of nasty. Which is actually funny because, like, maybe they've realized that in lower powered formats, like, first strike is worse. Like, these 2 mana 2/2s with first strike or whatever is worse because my opponent plays this card and then I'm like, okay, I'll play my 3 mana 3/4 with ward 1 or whatever, right? Like, here's my horned turtle, or not my horned turtle. Here's my 3 mana 2/4 with, like, lifelink and ward 1 or some shit. And you're like, oh, okay, well, I guess I'm bricked. But as you get to higher power level formats where the creatures typically kind of rock around this stat line, then it gets a little bit better. Obviously, this card is just, you know, not really good in 1v1, but here we are. Practiced Offense. 2 and a white for a sorcery. You put a 1/1 counter on each creature target player controls. Target creature gains your choice of double strike or lifelink until end of turn. That has flashback for 1 and a white. Too expensive. Too expensive. Target creature gaining it. You know, if this was my entire team as lifelink or double strike or whatever, that's kind of scary. But, like, this is just one of those cards that is likely going to play out by being like, my entire team is buffed, and now there's a big one, so you have to block the big one. It's like, okay, I was already blocking the big one. And it's just too much mana. I understand that this is a college set with, you know, the sports teams and whatnot. But like, what is the sport that they're playing? The flashback is a good rate. You don't have to say a nice thing about every card, you know. Like, it's okay. This card can be bad in our format. Mage Tower, is it just kind of like Quidditch? That's wild. You steal the mascot. Oh. They're kind of wearing like rugby outfits. Oh, it's capture the flag. I don't know enough about Quidditch. Is Quidditch capture the flag? Or is Quidditch basketball? Broom hockey? That's called curling. Thank you very much. Primary research. It's lacrosse. Strixhaven. Wow. Strixhaven's in Canada? Our national sport, by the way. Lacrosse is so sick because it's like, what if we played hockey, except you have to run instead of skate, and it's still just somehow more dangerous? 4 and a white for an enchantment. When it comes into play, you return target non-land permanent mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to play. And at the beginning of your end step, if a card left your graveyard this turn, draw a card. I'm trying to think if there's a loop with this. If there's a way that we could like sacrifice this and, you know, it comes into play, it returns a thing, and that flickers this and we sack this. I think it's all just a little too much. It's a very powerful ability for what it's worth. I mean, it is 5 mana, but like, I could see this card being a real nuisance in some lower powered formats. You know, like a commander deck or whatever. Ooh. Anyways, Quillblade Laureate. Sorry, I'm hooting and hollering at some of these glasses pictures Angel's sending me. She sent me a pair of them that made my nostrils flare up. 1 and a white for a 1/1 human cleric with double strike. This creature enters prepared, and its spell is called Twofold Intent. For 1 and a white, you have a sorcery that says target creature gets +1/+0 and gains double strike until end of turn. Double strike is a funny mechanic, and I guess what I'll say, an archetype in Canadian Highlander. Back in the day, there was a legitimately terrifying Naya double strike deck that was closer to like a domain strategy, and this was in an era where double strike creatures sucked. Like it was like a big deal that we received more double strike creatures. Kind of want to see like what I'm trying to remember which one was a big one. Warren Instigator was kind of interesting because you're like, oh shit, another 2/2. Oh, Fencing Ace. That's what it was. When Fencing Ace got released. I mean, I don't need to look this up, but I kind of want to now. There's no hyphen in double strike, I guess. Whatever. This is too time consuming for what is essentially story time. Yeah, there was a Naya double strike deck that looked to play, you know, Giant Growth and Berserk on your double strike creatures, as well as it was so sick because it just had some like off-color cards, or off-colored lands, so you could play Gaia's Might and Might of Alar for 1 mana +5/+5. And that's kind of neat. Silverblade Paladin was pretty cool. Silverblade was a little weird because like every card in your deck already just kind of had double strike except for your mana dorks. And yeah, that strategy was like one where if you were not prepared, like if you kept the wrong hand, you would just die. Nowadays, that's not the case. Those decks are very vulnerable to a lot of the free removal that you have, the abundance of 1 mana removal, the quality of creatures just increasing, where like double strike isn't that scary. So not really something that's running around that I am too terrified of. I'd be curious to experiment with it. Maybe dipping into a different color spread. Like, there's obviously like when I say a double strike deck, I imagine people will think of Boros or they'll think of Naya. I'm curious if maybe Bant is the way to approach it. Also, yeah, news at 11. Ben wants to add blue cards to a deck. Coming up next, we have a story about how water is wet. It's like, but you know, but I think like one of the issues with this is just you lack the ability to find the correct cards at the right time, and we have white removal. If we just use our blue cards for like further protection, finding the 1/2 double strike skidoo, right? Like then maybe we have something. Because right now, like I want to talk about these decks through competitive terms, but also when I come across a card like this, I want to talk about it through this lens of like, well, what we have is not working anymore. So what are we going to do about it, right? I don't want to just try the same thing over and over again. I want to maybe look at some alternatives that we haven't considered, especially given a bigger card pool. So, you know, yeah, maybe Bant. There's some pretty good blue spells out there. Restoration Seminar. 5 white for a sorcery that happens to be a lesson. It says return target non-land permanent card from your graveyard to the battlefield and has Paradigm. Paradigm says, then exile this spell. After you first resolve a spell with this name, you may cast a copy of it from exile without paying its mana cost at the beginning of each of your first main phases. So it's very funny. They made Epic, but it's actually good. I like Paradigm. Paradigm is very tricky, though, I will say. You get to cast, you know, spells. This they did something pretty smart where they made Paradigm secretly. Paradigm is just a saga, right? It's just a trigger of a saga. The timing, the type of effect, it's the kind of thing that you would see as like a chapter 2 on a more expensive saga. And I think that's kind of cool, right? The first chapter is like the setup. The second chapter is the like, okay, well now push this advantage or like pivot if you must. This card's not playable. I don't think any of the Paradigm cards are playable because they're quite expensive, but I do actually look forward to casting these cards in Commander. I think they're kind of cool. I like doing the same thing in Commander over and over again. If it is a game action that changes like from turn to turn, and I think this is one that does this, right? Like my issue with Epic is that you're doing the same shit over and over again. And also that's all you're doing and it fucking sucks. And the only cool Epic card is one that changes that, where you get to change what you're doing every single time. But then the best way to execute that strategy is to prevent people from playing Magic the Gathering, and that one is not great. But this is pretty neat. Is this the first repeatable reanimation spell in white? There is a expensive rebound reanimation spell from Fate Reforged in white. I played it in my Yosei deck. Anyways, too expensive for Canlander. Paradigm's kind of neat. I will play this card in my Ameria decks. I do wish it, I mean, not to be a Magic player, but like it is a little weird that it doesn't return lands. You know? It's like it's 7 mana. You don't want to return lands? You don't want to let me return lands? Are we excavating? Dog, it's going through the ground. There's some land right there. It's made out of fucking rock, bro. That's a land. The land. Uh, Shattered Acolyte. Sorry, I'm trying to convince Angel to buy this specific pair of glasses because she looks like a real cutie. Shattered Acolyte. 1 and a white for a 2/2 Dwarf Warlock with lifelink. And pay 1 generic, sack this creature, destroy target artifact or enchantment. We have so many of these now. Lifelinking is nice. I love a 2-mana 2/2 lifelinker. I imagine I am going to, if I draft this format, more than like a handful of times, I imagine I am most excited to draft the deck about that is built around this card. And by that, I mean, give me my Shattered Acolytes, give me that spell that gives it 1/1 counter and vigilance, and I'm fucking golden. I love them to bits. But this isn't a card that you include in your deck because it has lifelink. This is a card you include in your deck because it's a Kasali Pride Mage. The problem is, in terms of mono-white Kasali Pride Mages, we have Cathar Commando, which has Flash instead of lifelink, which is great. It's so good. Has 3 power, which is really good at pressuring decks that typically care about artifacts. Can also trade with more things on the board, and is a human. Human being relevant in that if you're an archetype that cares about cheap white creatures, there are builds where you can care about it being human, or you care about... As the premier glasses pilot of the format, I'll offer all glasses advice. It is an outlaw. Yeah, that's true. So yeah, if you want a Kasali Pride Mage in mono white, you have one with more upsides than this card. Different upsides, but more of them and upsides that are more relevant to the type of deck you're playing. And then if you want redundancy to play multiple copies of that, you have Kindly Insurgent, I believe it's its name, from the Avatar Jumpstart product that is 2 mana 2/2, pay 1, sack it, destroy something, and happens to be a human. Cool card though. I would have been, stepping over my own mother to get this card like 6 years ago, 7 years ago. Is that elephant surfing? Stirring Hope Singer. 2 and a white for a 1/3 bird bard with flying and lifelink. It has repartee. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery that targets a creature, put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control. This spell costs 3 mana. Dies to bolt unless you have the protection, and then if you have the protection, it's likely going to, in a way, cost you 4 mana. That also requires you to build out your board. Like, this is at its best when you're building out your board. I guess it is technically could just act as heroic. But this is just, it's too expensive for what it's doing, I think. It's a shame. This card would have been so cool in like Gladiator before it got ruined. Like, that's what I'm feeling when I look at some of these cards. I'm like, it'd be cool if there was a world where I could play this without Orcish Bowmasters, but also without Universes Beyond cards, This one cares about commanders. Vanguard of the Restless, 2 and a white for a Spirit Knight, 2/2 flyer. Spirits control get +1/+1 for each time you cast your commander from the command zone. All right, I'm willing to look past a lot of lines of text on cards, but that's too much. I don't even remember what this does. Abstract Performance. 5 and a blue. Exile the top 4 cards of your library in a face-down pile. Then exile the top 4 cards of your library in a face-up pile. An opponent chooses one of those piles. Put that pile into your graveyard. Look at the cards in the other pile. You may cast a spell from among them without paying its mana cost. Put the rest in your hand. Huh. You know, if you asked me about this card a year ago, I probably would have said, cool commander card. I could see a world where I tried this out in Timmy Tinker. 8 cards is a ton of cards. Manipulating the top of your deck is something that deck can do and does do quite frequently. Only requiring a single blue pip seems pretty exciting. You get to keep 3? That's okay. So 6 mana. Yeah, you could play the Mississippi River too. 6 mana, setting up a pile that. Yeah, I'm going to try this card. I'm going to try this card out in Timmy Tinker. I'm going to try this card out with Timmy Tinker. That's exciting. This is genuinely very cool. I hadn't thought about this. Kind of wish that I included this in the North 100 set review. I must have glazed past it when I saw 6 mana. Like, hostile negotiations? Well, that's the black one from Bro, right? Exile, put those piled. Okay, that's, come on. I'm not gonna snap at you, but I don't know if these are comparable. Like, this lets you cast the card. Yeah, the fact that you can cast the card. It only has 1 blue pip and a bunch of colorless, which is pretty easy to accomplish with Dark Rituals, Grim Monoliths, Tolarian Academy, that kind of thing. Exiling the top 4, and then you exile the other top 4 in a face-up pile. The opponent picks one of them. You put that pile in the graveyard, and then the other cards. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I could play this card. I could see myself spinning the wheel with this card. Timmy Tinker, I think, is a really strong archetype. I would like to explore it more. It's really cool when you have decks. I mean, it's not brand new, but like I think it's still reasonable to say it's a newer or an emerging archetype. I think that anytime these emerging archetypes get cards like this that kind of line up with like, hey, the only question is, can you cast this and then will you have enough stuff for this to be like nasty? And the answer is yes, right? The nice part about this is that if you cast it very quickly, even if you don't hit, you know, your Emrakul, your other Eldrazi or whatever, which I mean like 8 card or out of the 4 cards, I guess 4 and 4. Like I'd have to do the math, but like it is likely for this in instances where it doesn't hit, it will set up for you to combo kill the next turn. And it's like reasonable enough. It's so funny because it's a 6 mana card, but you'll just take anything you can get to have other options for a deck like that, right? It's reasonable that you can be able to cast this in a spot where you won't die. Good call. Yeah, interesting. Very cool. Can't wait to try this. I'm going to post this in the Timmy Tinker Discord thread. Going gambling and trying this. Like the cards in my deck are things that kill my opponent immediately and hand attack spells and tutors, right? It's like cards that rip your opponent's hand apart, cards that set up you winning the game, and cards that win the game. And so even if this is hitting, I'm going to like the pile of like, oh, I'm going to rip your hand apart and set myself up to kill you next turn. And not to mention, it's going to refund something up front, right? Like it's going to be able to cast something, which is kind of nice. And the way that you get to kind of set that up, not to mention like there are a lot of top of the deck tutors in this strategy. So being able to be like, oh, I'll look at this pile, I'll cast this top of the deck tutor, and then I'll put these other things in my hand. You draw the card that you put on top of the deck, and then among the other cards you have maybe some extra mana, maybe some more protection, that kind of thing. Cool card. Yeah, excited to play this card. Did not expect something like that. We have a new dive down. Durger Focus Mage. Card of a funny name when I read it on the PPR. Card is a funny name now. 2 and a blue for a 1/4 Djinn Monk that says instants and sorceries you cast cost 1 less to cast. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell with mana value 5 or greater from your hand, this creature becomes prepared. I didn't include this in the set review. I don't believe. Maybe we did. It's been too long. These cost reduction creatures are not as popular as they used to be. When they do show up, they are 2 mana, right? Your Ral from Modern Horizons 3, your Electromancer, your Thunderclap Drake, whatever. Stormtide, what's its nuts? So 3 mana for it to do for it to be 3 mana, it might be a little tough. I will say this having 4 toughness means that it is much more difficult to kill, and it is mono blue. So if you really want to do some high tide shenanigans, you can. And also this card getting prepared in high tide is, it's not impossible. And it can just be the card that wins the game. I think that maybe there's a world that these cards need to be re-explored, because now we have so many of them. The issue was that like you're playing them in your deck, that without them, you could be a strategy that bricks a lot of removal, right? Like it feels so good to be a deck that just doesn't have creatures for your opponents to kill. You get so much value from that, right? Or being a deck where you might have creatures to kill, but it's like, oh no, my Trinket Mage. Ooh. Like it's already done its job. The problem is that these cost reducers need to stick around. So the timing of playing them can be a little rough. They're very good if they get to stick around, but the timing's tough. It turns certain cards on your opponent's strategies, all that stuff. But I wonder if we've hit a point of redundancy now where you play out one, it gets killed, you play out the second one, and then they're like, oh shit. You know what I mean? Like it was less exciting when you only had Baral and Electromancer, but now that there's so many of them, and that this one survives Bolt too, that's kind of exciting. Yeah, it covers mana spent, not mana value. Yeah, you got to spend, oh no, hold on. This one doesn't. This just says whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell with mana value 5 or greater. Sorry. They like to play around in this realm a lot nowadays, and they swap it up. This one will reduce the cost, but its mana value is still going to be 5. So you cast like a Jace's Ingenuity for 4, you're still casting a 5 mana spell. Yeah, I don't know. I'm more into this than I expected. I don't think it's a slam dunk, and the archetypes that it shows up in I don't think are, exactly breaking the format in half. But there's enough going on that I want to keep this in the back of my head, back of my mind. I think I own one of these, right? Did I open one, or did Adam open one? I don't know. God, this is so expensive, but Divergent Equation, XX blue for an instant. You return up to X instants and or sorcery cards from your graveyard to your hand. You exile Divergent Equation. Very expensive, even at instant speed. Returning just 1 is 3 mana instant speed. Returning 2 is 5 mana instant speed. Powerful effect, but just way too expensive for what it does. It's kind of like Recall. I played Recall in Old High Tide. XX blue, discard X cards and return a card from your graveyard to your hand for each card discarded this way. Then you exile Recall. 5th edition. I didn't even realize this got reprinted. Huh. Echo Casting Symposium. 4 blue for a sorcery lesson. Target player creates a token that's a copy of target creature you control and has Paradigm. That's cute. Obviously, it's quite good just targeting yourself, but you can also do some group hug stuff in Commander. Too expensive and slow for Canlander. Right? Wait, hold on. I mean, okay, so from all the Paradigm cards, this is the one that can like most easily create a loop, right? Like this card can just end the game. And like, I mean, my answer is still no, but you know, my like a little antenna popped up was like, oh, what if we do this thing? You know, Emeritus of Ideation. 3 blue for a human wizard with flying, ward 2. This creature enters prepared. Whenever this creature attacks, you can exile 8 cards from your graveyard. And if you do, this creature becomes prepared. And its spell is a little something I like to call Ancestral Recall. For 1 blue, it's an instant that says target player draws 3 cards. Really nice that they let you target opponents with this card. That's great. I'm sure a lot has been said about this card at this point. This was, I think did this card get leaked? It was so funny watching people try to struggle to figure out what prepared is. And also just seeing the dumbest motherfuckers on the planet being like, oh my God, it casts Ancestral Recall in Standard? You can pay 1 from your hand and do this? Yeah, man, that's what they did. They put Recall in Standard. They put Ancestral into Standard, dog. And then further, I never actually saw anybody complaining about how these cards break the reserve list or whatever, but that's like real loser mentality, dog. Like, don't talk to me if you can't hold a band. You know what I'm saying? They can't even afford car insurance. Why are you complaining about it? You saw those comments? See, that's so weird to me. Like, I'm not going to swing my big dick around here. And apologies that, Amy, that's what you come in on. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you're doing well. I hope you had a good stream. We're doing a set review for Canadian Highlander here today. And I guess I'm smack talking people that base their entire personality around the reserve list. I did not run into those comments. And it's so surprising to me. Because it's like, dog, my Ancestral Recall still costs 1 blue, draws me 3 cards, and will pay for a couple months' rent if I need it to. That's not what this card does. Like, it's the kind of rhetoric and kind of like complaint that only comes from someone that doesn't own Power 9. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, if you've got power, why are you complaining about that? You know what people with power do? They cast that shit and they have a good time. They don't complain on the internet about how this card references Ancestral Recall. I'm convinced it's a psyop. Or at the very least, it's AI overlords trying to make some bullshit online. Anyways, talking about this card, it is a 5 mana blue creature that you cast at sorcery speed, which can be a bit of a tough sell. At 6 mana, it's a 5/5 that draws 3 cards. Ward 2 is pretty great. This is kind of a nice mid-range between Lord of Change, which I believe has Ward 3 as a 6/6 and draws 3 on ETB. You have to cast the Ancestral Recall. This is something that comes up. They can interact with this card on the stack, like the Ancestral Recall on the stack, you know. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I mean, it's not cool for me if I'm casting it, but it's kind of cool. 5 mana sorcery speed blue card. Like, it's a bit of a tough sell. I can maybe see trying this out in like Scapeshift or like a Rihanna mid-range strategy. Like it can turn itself on again, but I'm going to pretend like this card hits the table, casts Ancestor Recall, and then, you know, I win the game off of all those cards, not necessarily on the opportunity to recast Ancestor Recall, especially because those kind of decks are leveraging cards like Abhorrent Oculus, Dig Through Time, Treasure Cruise, you know, all these other graveyard engines. Cool card, though. Big card. Oh, that's cute. Oh, and they got Mark Poole to do it. Hell yeah. Very cool. Blink? Yeah, I think I mentioned it in Blink because you can reset every time this creature enters. It enters prepared. So you get to Ancestor Recall, then blink this and recall again. I could see that being pretty gross. Exhibition Tidecaller. Single blue for a 0/2 Djinn Wizard with Opus. Opus is I guess the flavor word or the keyword ability, whatever it is. Whenever you cast instant or sorcery spell, target player mills 3. And if 5 or more mana was spent to cast the spell, that player mills 10 instead. This card could do some cool stuff with Underworld Breach. It's a single blue and gets to do it. You are opening yourself to having a creature in play, so that's a little vulnerable. You know? I don't think there's a reason to play this card in the Breach decks. Maybe it's worth trying because it's single blue. And it can act as a kill spell for your opponent too. Right? You cast the thing. You cast a Dark Ritual. You mill yourself for 3. You exile those 3. You cast Dark Ritual again. You go up and up and up and up and up and up and up until you get something that you fire at them. Yeah. It's not a card that I would completely disregard. But like, I don't know. I just going back to the conversation about that Djinn, the other Djinn, it's so nice to just not have to worry about having your plan disrupted by Swords to Plowshares or Solitude. Huh. Expansion Algorithm. X blue for a sorcery, you proliferate X times. Angel was telling me that she got tagged on the Canlander Discord in the High Tide thread about this card in Poison Storm. And her response was, guys, I think we're done here. I don't know about that. I think we might have some other issues. Yeah, it's a little too cute, you know. Flow State. One in a blue for a sorcery. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. You put one of them into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. If there is an instant and a sorcery card in your graveyard, instead put 2 of them into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. I think this card's pretty good. Serge misspoke when he was reading this card on the North 100 set review. My evaluation of the card, I think people also misinterpreted that I said it's a draw 3 because I was relating this card to Accumulate Wisdom. Accumulate Wisdom is I think that's what it's called, right? It's like 2 mana, look at the top 3, 1 to your hand, the rest on the bottom. But if you have a bunch of lessons in your graveyard, you get to draw 3. And I'm like, it would be nice to be able to have this 2 mana, like drawing a bunch of cards sort of effect, but we don't get to play Accumulate Wisdom because, you know, we don't want to play lessons in Canlander. I don't want to learn my lesson. The fact that this is instant and sorcery does not change my evaluation. I don't think you understand just like how close combo decks are to play fucking Anticipate, right? What's the one from M21? Oh, See the Path or something? That's the one where you cast it from exile. That one stinks. I had high hopes for that, but this is so easy to get going. Instant and sorcery. Buddy, I have great news for you. You'll never believe the first, like, 12 cards that blue decks start with. Ponder, Preordained, Brainstorm, Lorien Revealed, Gataxian Probe, Sleight of Hand, Serum Visions, Opt, Consider, and then we can move from there. And then we can start adding other cards. Even if this card only sees one, that's okay. Like having a way to churn through cards that isn't exactly drawing is pretty reasonable. So yeah, I could foresee this card being 2 mana, look at the top 3, get 2 cards, and you're ecstatic. That's insane. I could also see it be 2 mana, look at the top 3, get 1 card, and that's fine. That just does a job. Sometimes you need that. The biggest improvement, I mean, this and Expressive Iteration are different cards. They are different cards. But like EI, quite a powerful card. You're likely to just play it in every blue-red deck. But there are decks with blue and red in them, like Storm, that does not play EI. It's just too awkward if you like don't find a spread where you want to keep all the cards. So where I don't play Expressive Iteration in Boomer Storm, I would play Flow State. There are also versions of Breach Storm where players don't play EI. I think in Breach Storm it's a little bit better to play EI because you're less density, more training wheels. And but this one does. Sorry, I got distracted by something that may or may not have been a cute rabbit. Yeah, 2 mana stock up. I mean, once again, a little different, but yeah. Good card. Good card. There's somebody that responds to the North 100. I mean, you know what? I'm going to call them out right now. Responding to, they leave a lot of comments on Canadian Highlander videos, and I don't know who they are, but they have a lot of very, like, strong opinions that all seem to be incorrect. Like, or a lot of them are incorrect. Or at the very least, they are very much just they're definitive in their takes instead of being like, yeah, I could see this being, you know, a thing to play. Can an opinion be incorrect? Yeah, I think so. I've seen some pretty shit things. But they responded I mean, I don't know what it is. Their name is Bank of Werner, or Bank of Werner, I guess. If you're listening to this, Bank of Werner, what's your track record like? You gotta post your resume so I can tell whether or not that I need to consider your opinion, or if I just need to look at some of the things you're saying and go, should I respond to this? Because they said not it Storm though. Assuming that they're saying not in Storm, like this, they don't think Flow State should be played in Storm. And hey, it's me, Boomer Storm pilot. I've cast more Black Lotuses than you've ever thought of. I think this card's good in Storm. Okay, that's it. I do wish more people picked up Lotus DT Yogwell Storm because I think that deck is fucked up. I think that deck is so good. And like, I am rusty as hell. But even so, I like, it's so funny. I mean, I'm losing in the finals, don't get me wrong. Every time I played it, I've just lost in the finals. I haven't been able to convert it to a tournament win in the past year or so. But like, every time I do that, I'm like, damn, I lost in the finals. That sucks. I wanted to win. I'm like, well, you did misplay multiple times every single game and every single round. It's like, yeah, that's true. Like, Storm's hard as hell. I'm trying to get more people playing it. Trenton on Jun, no one ever getting to the finals again. Yeah, he did high roll me the last time he was on this black-red bullshit. Do I have a list online for a storm deck? Yeah, I can give you that. Actually, hold on, it's here. I don't know. I will acknowledge Breach Storm's strength and Turbo Citadel's strengths. They're quite good. They also feel like they are more solved than anything. And like, dog, if you include Black Lotus Demonic Tutor in your deck, every draw step can just, the game can be over. It's great. Less so than, or more so than other strats. That's my boomer storm list, my Grixis boomer storm. And then if you want something even cooler, by cooler I mean it's like, there's a Sultai storm list. The Sultai storm list is so good into blue. Like I when I played it, I unfortunately did not fight a single blue player. And I was still just like, you just tear people apart. It's so resilient. Robin and I were talking about Storm a couple, probably like last month or so. And like, we were talking about like how Storm gets built in the best Storm lists. And he's like, you know, there were people constantly trying to make Storm go faster and faster and faster. And that's cool, but it's just so much better to just play a more disruptive version of Storm and guarantee the turn 4. And he was like, I think I have fewer turn 3s or turn 2s than some of the other people that have played Storm over the years. But like, you let him get to turn 4 and he's winning the game. And that's kind of how I've been playing Storm as well. You just let me, if I get to turn 4, the game's over. Good luck, have fun. But like, I don't know. We were also talking about the number of turn 1s that we've had. I'm up to 8 turn 1s lifetime with Storm, which is insane, by the way. The turn 1s are so far and few between. Fractal Anomaly. A single blue instant. You create a 0/0 green and blue fractal creature token, put X counters on it, where X is the number of cards you've drawn this turn. Notably, this does not draw cards itself. It has no way to get it popping unless you play additional cards. And much like big creatures, drawing cards is its own reward. You don't need to play this kind of card. Doing it on your main phase or whatever gives you a 1-mana 1/1. But like, if you're like, oh boy, I cast Ancestral Recall on their end step and my Wan Shi Tong triggered, time to make a 1-mana 4/4. It's like, okay. Didn't you draw 4 cards this turn? Aren't you just winning the game off of that? Very weird. Harmonized Trio. 1 blue for a 1/1 Merfolk Bard Wizard with tap, 2 untap creatures you control. This creature becomes prepared. The spell that prepares it is Brainstorm. You draw 3 cards, then put 2 cards from your hand on top of your library in any order. I know this card has the word Brainstorm on it. And I know it's a fish lady. But contrary to both of those, I just don't think this card's particularly good. Regrettably, I just don't think Merfolk's actually that good. I was so excited for Merfolk, but I had played Merfolk in a post Modern Horizons 3 world, and it felt all right. But then people figured out what to do, and then I don't know about this. It's just asking a bit too much for a payoff that like is okay. But if I'm tapping 3 creatures, Jeskai Ascendancy, okay, that's cute. That's pretty cute. I just don't think you need this card. It's okay to look at cards like this and be like, yeah, it's just not good enough. What does Jadzi do? Jadzi, Steward of Fate. 2 and a blue for a legendary human wizard. Jadzi enters prepared, and when Jadzi enters, you draw 2 cards and discard 2 cards. And then it has Oracle's Gift. XX blue. Create X 0/0 green and blue fractal creature tokens, and then put X 1/1 counters on each fractal you control. So she, for 3 mana, she makes a 1/1, and then buffs all your fractals by 1. Or she makes a 0/0 and then it gets a counter. I can't think of a world where I want to play this card. 3 mana 2/4 with ETB draw 2, discard 2 is kind of cute. Oracle's Gift seems like a hard sell to me. I don't really want to blink it. I don't really want to act as this. I really don't want a massive mana sink. Cool commander card. I opened this card in my pre-release. I think I ignored the prepared spell. Are you trying to gaslight me? I just read the prepared spell. It'll go in mid-range reanimator. Tap. Nah. No way. You have Champion of Wits, which is just better than this. If you really want that kind of thing. Oh, you're saying you should ignore the prepared spell. Oh. If we're ignoring the prepared spell, yeah, you have Kiora. There's so many better options than this. It's probably good that you ignore literally half of the card, yeah? Le Motif Composer. 2 and a blue for a 2/2 human bard. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell with mana value 5 or greater, you create a token that's a copy of this creature. And 2 and a blue, creatures named Le Motif Composer can't be blocked this turn. God, I love Ophidians, and I love how unplayable they are. I will say it is kind of sexy that you can play this card and force a will and it makes a copy. That's kind of cool. There is some legit, like, interesting play with this card and Pyrokinesis and Force of Will and, you know, Delve cards and whatnot. But it's just, I don't think that payoff is that good anymore. You know? Maybe I'll muck around with it. Because, like, the first one makes a copy, but then if you have any follow-up 5 mana or more spell, you get 2 copies. That's legitimately terrifying. Maybe, okay. Like, if you're on Force and Dig and Cruise and Misdirection, Lorien Revealed, like, I'm trying to think if I need to dip into another color to want to play this card or give it a shot. I think there's enough going on here. I don't think this card is, like, I'm not telling you to go out and play this card, but there's enough going on here that I'd be interested in, like, exploring this. This is the kind of shit that Chris Sutherland plays against me. I lose to, and then I'm like, I can't believe I lost to this fucking card. I needed to sneeze, and I couldn't. I couldn't sneeze. Mana Sculpt. 1 blue for an instant. You counter target spell. And if you control a wizard, you add an amount of colorless mana equal to the amount of mana spent to cast that spell at the beginning of your next main phase. So this card is not mana drain. It is closer to cancel than mana drain. You need to have a wizard to get the second ability. The second ability also just ignores, you know, countering like a big delve spell or a Force of Will kind of card or whatever, which is a little upsetting, but you know, that's fine. You gotta. This is a card that they have to keep in mind for, you know, 60 card formats and whatnot. I think there will be a collection of players that want to try this card out, maybe in like a Blue Moon strategy or in a strategy with enough wizards, you know, like a Snapcaster Mage, Tameo, Thundertrap Trainer style deck. But like you only get so many 3-mana counterspells for one thing. And if you're in blue-red, you already get Invert Polarity, which is 3 mana, counter target spell, flip a coin. If heads, you win the game. Like, you already get that. And those decks don't really have the sinks for the colorless mana. Certainly not as much as, you know, like a blue-white control deck would or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, once in a blue moon, it'll get played. Mathemagics. XX blue blue for a sorcery. Target player draws 2 to the power of X cards. Very weird card. It's cute. It's not good, but it's cute. You have to pump in a pretty reasonable amount of mana for this to like do anything. Shout out to the guy who thought the list of powers on this list was exhaustive. What? Like they were like, it's a shame that science has only discovered 2 to the power of 5 and not 2 to the power of 6. It says and so on. All right, well, cute card. We have another exclusion mage, matter bending mage, 2 in a blue, human wizard, ETB, return up to 1 target creature to its owner's hand. Whenever you cast a spell with X in its mana cost, this creature can't be blocked. Unfortunately, mana wars aren't very good anymore. And my wizard deck is just... I really wish they had pushed wizard type so much earlier. I've got this Riptide Laboratory I've been meaning to use, and it's just... it's so sad. So sad. Muse Seeker's kind of funny. 1 in a blue for an elf wizard. It's a 1/2 with Opus. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, this, you draw a card, and then discard a card unless 5 or more mana was spent to cast this. Looting on casting instants and sorceries is not bad, but I think I would prefer just having upfront like looting if you want this kind of card. Like, you know, even saying that, the Merfolk Trader style cards have fallen out of favor. And then like if we're talking about like drawing cards over the course of the game, there are just better options that are cheaper. Not always. I mean, cheaper in the sense of mana cost, where you'll need to pay some points maybe for like a Tameo or whatever, or at cost with just like a more reliable card advantage engine. Yeah. This mentions commanders, so I'm not reading this. This card's interesting, but I don't think it's worth looking into. I considered it. We have Orisa, Tide Choreographer. Once again, they have printed a merfolk woman that draws cards in an attempt to get me to play it. 4 in a blue for a legendary merfolk bard. She's a 2/2 that says this spell costs 3 less to cast if creatures you control have total toughness 10 or greater. And when Orisa enters, you draw 2 cards. 10 is such a big number. This card's a little confusing to me. Like, 10 is such a large number, and toughness is an odd line of text for what is a Prismari card. Like, I get that she's dancing with turtles. That's pretty cute. Drawing 2 cards on ETB is pretty great. And obviously, if we can get up to 10 toughness and pay 2 mana for a 2/2 draw 2 cards that is a legendary creature, then we're popping. I think, like, again, not to do the classic, like, I'm going to say that if this card were a different card, I would play it. But I am going to do that. If this card said, like, if you had 8 total toughness, then I would consider it for Bant Blink. Because that's a deck that plays, you know, Wall of Blossoms, Wall of Omens. You just, you add up to 8 toughness pretty quickly. But I think 10 is just, it's a lot. Like, it's a lot. Maybe I play this in the booty bashing deck. Owlin Spiral Mancer. 3 in a blue for a bird wizard with flying and vigilance. Whenever you cast your first spell with X in its mana cost, you can copy it. Pick new targets for the copy. This is a magic card that I look at it and I go, this is way too much mana. And then I realize there might be a combo. Anytime you have a spell that can copy, or a creature that can copy other spells, I kind of want to look into what it can copy, but there's nothing popping up that I'm like, oh yeah, this is just going to go infinite or do something disgusting. So I think it's just too expensive. Weird Head, my guy. Pensive Professor. 1 blue for a human wizard with Increment. I think this is the first card we've seen with Increment. Whenever you cast a spell, if the amount of mana you spent is greater than its power and toughness, you put a 1/1 counter on the creature. Power or toughness, I guess I should say. So, right out the gates, this is going to draw a card if you can increment it. Because the rest of this is whenever one or more 1/1 counters are put on this creature, draw a card. 3 mana for an O2 that doesn't do anything by itself is pretty terrible. There are just better cards to play, better engines to untap with. I cannot imagine this card showing up at all. Sky Coach Conductor. 2 in a blue for a 2/3 bird pilot with flash, flying, vigilance, and this creature enters prepared. Its spell is called All Aboard! 1 blue for an instant, you exile target non-pilot creature you control, then return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control. Pretty good pilot. Pretty good pilot. That's a hell of a spell to have attached to it. Obviously, the non-pilot prevents you from looping itself. Flash is great if you are a Bant Blink deck. Having a creature that can have an instant speed blink on deck that you can tutor for is nice. Its mana isn't too intense because, you know, it's from 2026. Yeah, I could see trying this out in Bant Blink. Maybe even like a flash deck could give it a shot. Flying Vigilance is really annoying, and being able to protect your other creatures or reset some of your ETBs, you know, that's not bad. Djinn Wizard. Wisdom of Ages. 4 blue for sorcery. You return all instants and sorceries from your graveyard to your hand. You have no maximum hand size for the rest of the game. Exile Wisdom of Ages. It's a very big blue spell. It's not even seasons past, little bro. Exiling it means that you're not really looping with it. I'm not too excited about this card. Commander card. Moving on to black. Oh, that's kind of funny. Arnon Deathbloom Botanist. 2 in a black for a legendary vampire druid with Death Touch. Whenever a creature you control with power or toughness 1 or less dies, target opponent loses 2 and you gain 2. Okay. So this is an Aristocrats card. Aristocrats has a ton of cheap creatures with low power and toughness to die and trigger this card. Losing 2 and gaining 2 is huge. That's like like that's a 4-point life swing right there. It having death touch is also kind of interesting because you're not really excited to attack into this, but also maybe she can attack and start to pressure your opponent in 2 different ways depending on the board. She has kind of a funny spot with Yawgmoth too, where you can put the -1/-1 counters on your own creatures if they're not going to trigger her ability. Hey, Mulder. She is a legendary creature that dies to 1 mana removal and gets Karakist. But I'd say Aristocrats is one of those decks that cares the least about that. I foresee this card hitting the table and then just your opponent dying. Or this hits the table, for some reason they were unable to deal with it, because you have to deal with it. And then they die. Or it hits the table, they deal with it, and you're a Reanimator deck. So you have, or not Reanimator, you're an Aristocrats deck, so you have Reanimate, Unearth, Helping Hand, Chthonian Nightmare. You have ways of getting this card back, and then they're in a load of trouble. And because you're an Aristocrats deck, you likely have a ton of sack outlets or ways to protect this card from exile or like removal that'll mean that this card is no longer a part of the equation. I think Aristocrats is pretty interesting. It's not very good against the modern Blue X decks. The ones that are more board based, you can have some game, but I think the better version of that is Boros or Mardu tokens, which can play very similarly. Like the cards that the Blue X player in 2026 is worried about are also found in Mardu tokens, without needing to play the crap, basically. Like you'll just get a Goblin Bombardment down and a Johnny, there's like a Flage, you'll Thoughtseize them, whatever. But you don't have to worry about like, go Nested Shambler, which is kind of funny. Yeah, this card with Skull Clamp's very funny because, if you're clamping something, that is bigger, like a 2/2 or whatever, and it becomes a 3/1, then that thing dies, and then you get to trigger this. So yeah. Aristocrats is a deck that I think is worth revisiting at some point in time too. Just like shaking off the old ways of building it and trying to build it with maybe higher quality of cards. Changing Loyalty. 1 and a black for an enchantment aura with flash. Replicate for 2. And it's an enchant creature. When an enchanted creature dies, return to the battlefield under your control. Well, that's kind of weird. Kind of funny. I don't know if I want to spend a slot or mana for this card, but it's kind of funny. Course of Impetus. This is a commander card for sure. Decorum Dissertation. This is the black paradigm. Target player draws 2 and loses 2. Hell of a card for commander. Holy shit. This is insane in mono black commander. Or like Black X. Just like, I'm a Phyrexian Arena enjoyer. I think that card is still quite good. I think it's always been good. I think that this is a card that acts like a Phyrexian Arena, except they can just never interact with it. Also, you may cast a copy. Come on, dog. Force me to cast the copy. Force me to cast the copy. Forcing me to cast... I understand why it's May. It's the same change that they made to suspend. But, like, because it says target player, it's so funny if I have to, like, I get down too low and I have to start targeting opponents. You know? Defiling Demagoth. 3 black for a 5/4 Menace Demon. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, you gain 1 life. That sucks. At the beginning of your end step, each opponent loses X, where the X is the amount of life you gain. I would have enjoyed this card maybe around the like first Jumpstart era. I mean, I played the Witch of the Moors. I loved Witch of the Moors. I'm sure this card will be insane in Commander. Like, I don't know if I want to play it here, but insane in Commander. Dissection Practice. 1 black for an instant. Target opponent loses 1, you gain 1. Up to 1 target creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Up to 1 target creature gets -1/-1 until end of turn. So many words on this Magic card. Like, this is a kind of card where it's like, you know, yeah, it's skullduggery. These cards are just, the rate is a little too low. Excuse me, the rate is just a little too low. It's the kind of card that you would have, I would have played the hell out of this card back in the day. Kills Thalia? But like, not anymore. Basically, when mono red was the #1 thing to do, this card would have gone hard. Emeritus of Woe? Damn, you're looking good. 3 and a black for a 5/4 Vampire Warlock. This creature enters prepared. At the beginning of your end step, if 2 or more creatures died this turn, this creature becomes prepared. And its spell is Demonic Tutor. 1 and a black for a sorcery. Search your library for a card, put it into your hand. I don't think this card is Canadian Highlander playable. It's just very expensive. This is insane in Commander and is a must kill. And this would make a great cosplay, wink wink. But like, it's just a little too slow. It's really messed up though. Like, getting to Demonic Tutor, finding like a Reckless Spite or whatever, killing their 2 creatures, going to my end step, and then I get another Demonic Tutor next turn. That's dope. That's dope. Yeah, but a little too expensive. And a little too slow. End the Hunt. I feel like we already have a better edict, even though this does exile. This is an exile edict that hits something with the highest mana value among creatures and planeswalkers, but I think we already have a better version of that. Eternal Student. 3 and a black for a 4/2 zombie warlock that has pay 1 and a black. Exile this card from your graveyard. Create 2 1/1 white and black Inkling creature tokens with flying. This card's kind of funny. In Dredge, from your graveyard for 1 and a black, at instant speed, you just get to make 2 creatures that can then cast Hogak. Instant speed, create 2 creatures towards Dread Return. In a very odd scenario, if this card hits the table, it's a zombie for Gravecrawler. This card's better than Haunted Dead. But like, we've got some better cards in here for Dredge, don't you worry. I mean, Haunted Dead could discard your Dredgers, and that's relevant. And Haunted Dead brought back 2 bodies, although only one of those bodies could cast the GAC, and the dead entered the battlefield tapped. But cool card. Grave Researcher. 2 and a black for a Troll Warlock. It's a 3/3. At the beginning of your upkeep, you surveil 1. Then if there are 3 or more creature cards in your graveyard, this creature becomes prepared. Its prepared spells reanimate. For a single black, you get a sorcery that says put target creature card from a graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. You lose life equal to that card's mana value. I love getting to read just like... I just get to read what that card does. Reanimate's a hell of a spell. That's pretty scary. You do have to wait until your upkeep for this card to become prepared. So there isn't the play pattern of play this, it's prepared, then reanimated immediately. getting to Surveil 1 is not nothing. Needing 3 creatures in your graveyard can be a little tough, right? Like, you don't really want to expose your graveyard to the removal available. Like, you don't want to start setting up your graveyard willy-nilly only to get ghost vacuumed or scavenging ooze or curator gets to be massive or whatever. But like, sometimes, look, you just got to do what you got to do. I could see this card showing up in the Rihanna mid-range decks, like the Grixis Rihanna mid-range that we saw at the year-end tournament piloted by Jason Jobin. He's been trying all these different Rihanna mid-range cards. I could see this in like a 3-animator deck, like that version of Black-White. I could see trying this out. But maybe there's also just like a Golgari deck that's willing to play this. I thought about maybe trying this in like Golgari Wife Guy, like the Golgari or Golgari like lands sort of thing. It's this is the kind of Magic card where it's easy to look at it and be like, oh, it's so slow. You have to wait a whole turn. That sucks. But like, if you're a deck that's including this, it's likely because your deck is also built around doing something with this. But there's so many cards that if you untap, you kind of win the game with them, or you get to execute your really powerful game plan, that I think we should be playing. We should stop just looking at it and be like, this doesn't really do what I want it to do. Like, what about Ursine Monstrosity? Right? How many times have you died to Ursine Monstrosity in Canadian Highlander? And that card doesn't do anything. It's just a 3/3. Now, it's a 3/3 that when your opponent untaps with it, you lose. 0 times? Not enough? You don't have enough Gruul players in your metagame. Or Jund players. Or, realistically, you don't have enough combo players in your metagame. Which is going to push people to play these really fucked up aggressive decks. Sometimes I think about the irreparable damage that I've done to the Yellow Jacket Canadian Highlander metagame. I mean, of course it's not just me. But like, I don't know. The level of trauma that myself and Robin and like Garrett put through this community by making them go like, I gotta go faster. I gotta go faster. I can't just sit on Blue Moon and counter spells, or I can't like, if I draw my Path to Exile, my Sword Splashes, it feels so dead. Anyways, I think this card's pretty good. My tune on this card has changed where it's like, if this card ends up not seeing any play in our format, I don't think it's actually an issue of this card being like too slow. I think it's an issue of getting 3 or more creatures. Like, it's not the fact that this costs 3 and doesn't do anything on ETB. Like, I don't know. Y'all need some real mid-range demons in your metagames, is all I'm saying. The people that will look like the people that will look at this shit and be like, oh, I know how to win the game with this card. Because I think mid-range, and I'm going to say something that might be a little too much of an attack on some people, but like, I think there are certain mid-range decks and people that are drawn to mid-range because they need a little bit of everything and they're scared when they don't, and they just don't really know what they're doing. Like, it's just it's so much easier for them to be like, look, I have a little bit of everything. I have a pile of cards here. And it's like, I'm not scared of those mid-range players. I'm scared of the mid-range players that know how to take that kind of pile and use every card to its fullest extent. That know how to get them to maximize the value out of their cards and their sequencing. And that's when the flexibility of those archetypes pops up. It's mid-range is really appealing to people that are not as fluent in like the advanced kind of mechanisms of Magic the Gathering. But when you encounter one of them, you're like, oh, right. You played on the PT. Oh, fuck. You're playing this deck because you feel like you can min-max everything you do, but you're also more aggressive than, say, like a Jeskai deck. And you value the pressure. That sort of thing. Anyways. Intermediate choreography. No. What the fuck is this? Chirography? Never heard of this. Chirography. Oh, the study of penmanship. I mean, that makes sense. There's ink everywhere. Intermediate chirography. 1 and a black for an enchantment class. When this class enters, you make a 2/1 white and black inkling creature token with flying. At level 2, for 1 and a black, it says whenever you lose life for the first time each turn, you put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. And then at level 3, for 2 and a black, at the beginning of each end step, if a modified creature died under your control, this turn, you make a 2/1 black and white inkling token with flying. This is too slow. It's too slow. This is Case of the Stashed Skeleton all over again. Or whatever the hell that card Nelson loves, or loved. Lecturing Scorn Mage. I think I like this card. Maybe I just like the artwork on this card more than anything. God, I wish you would lecture me and scorn me. I'm muted, right? 1 black for a 1/1 human warlock with repartie. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature, you put a 1/1 counter on this creature. We talked about this a bit on the set review. This is like a reasonable, aggressive black creature as long as you're not expecting too much from it. Like, if you're looking to go really low to the ground with black creatures, like, I don't want to say if you're the Carnophage deck, but you could be the Carnophage deck. You could also be the Stalactite Stalker kind of deck. Then getting this card up to a 2/2 is great. That's above rate. Or at rate, I guess, nowadays. And the fact that it can scale even further in a deck that is likely just playing a bunch of cheap cards, a bunch of interaction, all that stuff. I don't think this card is winning any awards. I don't think this is like this is going to make mono black aggro #1. But it does, like, it's a 1-mana card. It's a 1-mana card that's going to grow the second you try to Fatal Push your opponent's creatures in a deck that is almost assuredly going to be playing way too much removal. Like, your game plan is just, I've got these black creatures, Thoughtseize is broken, and I'm going to be playing every removal spell I can because everybody builds to the board. Maybe you can find something in that world that this card is a reasonable, start to your curve. Merchant of Venom. They put Don Rickles into this set. 3 and a black for a cat warlock that's a 1/1 with menace. When this creature enters, each player sacrifices a creature of their choice. Whenever a player sacrifices a permanent, put a 1/1 counter on this. This is very expensive. I can't believe it. No, I'm good. It does make your Johnny flip. Mozio Vane's New Dean. 2 and a black for a legendary bird skeleton warlock with flying. It's a 2/1. Whenever Mozio enters, you create a 1/1 black and green pest token. With whenever this creature attacks, you gain 1 life. And it has Infusion. At the beginning of your end step, if you gained life this turn, you return up to 1 target creature with mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, where X is the amount of life you gained this turn. This card is really fucking good. You obviously need to include in a deck that can get that Infusion going. That's pretty easy. I don't know if you've heard of these cards, but there's this card called Guide of Souls. There's this card called Ocelot Pride. Honestly, you could even include some other ways of gaining life. I mean, you just have this pest token attacking. Wouldn't it be wild if this pest token attacked and you gained a life and then you returned your Guide of Souls back to play, or your Ocelot Pride? Gross. Yeah, not exactly the most exciting thing to Caracas, by the way. Like you don't want to Caracas this to make an army. I'm excited to play this and ruin your evening. Like the proper ruin your evening. Cool card. A lot of value attached to this card. I wonder if there's maybe some more room to kind of wiggle with it. I don't know what I'm trying to say. It's a cool card. I would like to play it. Me, when I have a cool card that I get to play, yippee. Ominous Harvest. 2 and a black for a sorcery with Gravestorm. Whenever you cast a spell, you copy it for each permanent put into a graveyard from the battlefield this turn. Target player draws 1 and loses 1. We did it. We finally have a Jacuzzi on commission kill condition that isn't what the fuck is that other one called? Why can't I remember its name? Bitter Ordeal. Yeah, we don't have to play that. You could just play this. I wouldn't play either of them, but this is kind of cute. Yeah, the third Gravestorm card. Yeah, just play Tendrils of Agony. Just play Tendrils of Agony. Post-Mortem Professor. 1 and a black for a zombie warlock. This creature can't block. Whenever this creature attacks, each opponent loses 1, you gain 1. Then pay 1 and a black and exile an instant or sorcery card from your graveyard. Return this card from your your graveyard to the battlefield. I am ecstatic to play this card in Dredge. This is a zombie that can return itself from the graveyard to play, untapped, at instant speed, by exiling card types that you don't give a shit to exile. The cast Hogak. The play pattern of pay 2, return Postmortem Professor, pay 1, cast Gravecrawler, tap 2, or tap this in the Gravecrawler, play Hogak, sack 3, the Hogak, the Professor, the Gravecrawler to dread return, bring back Lotleth Giant, kill them. It's very exciting if you're looking to have like that combo kill in your Dredge deck. Or just do that to bring back the 2/4 that mobilizes X for the number of creatures in your graveyard with an Anger in the bin and attack them. But also, if you're just playing the, like, I'm on Dredge and I'm really fucking annoying and you will not be able to, like, survive this onslaught, and then maybe I'll do, like, a pseudo combo kill, this is the card for you. I haven't updated Dredge recently, but I don't know how much updating it needs. It's pretty darn good. I should probably cut Sneaky Snacker. That card never did what I wanted to do. But yeah, this is pretty exciting for Dredge. I don't think because this was my version on Dread Return. No, this is a version without Dread Return where, like, I will just take a 2-drop creature that lets me, like, drain my opponent and kill them. That's kind of exciting. Right? I'll take it. Still triggers Prized Amalgam. Pox Plague. 5 black for a sorcery. Each player loses half their life, discards half the cards in their hand, sacrifices half the permanents they control of their choice. Round down each time. I mean, live your best life if you want to pox people into the dirt. I tried playing 8-rack. I mean, it wasn't actually 8-rack, but it was like Pox Rack, I guess is more appropriate, a while ago. It's a fun deck to play. It's a little tough in the climate of 2026, where just like there's so many cards that people can just top deck and win the game with like no board, basically. They could just like find themselves in a position where like, oh, Seasoned Engineer. And that's really tough. But like, I imagine if you're putting a card with 5 black pips into your deck, you are there for a reason beyond winning the game or winning the tournament, I guess. And God bless you. Rabbit Attack. 1 and a black for an instant. Until end of turn, any number of target creatures you control each get +1/+0 and gain. When this creature dies, draw a card. This is a really scary card for an aristocrats or like a token strategy. Just like 1, charge or zealous persecution or whatever kind of anthem effects you want to name. They're kind of scary. They're not played because there's a cost of inclusion for the card itself, but they're the kind of effect that you would love to have available, right? This lets you push a bunch of damage, maybe have things trade off, draw some cards for that. And then if you incorporate a sack outlet, this card can get real nasty. Like, this card with a sack outlet is just going to draw you so many goddamn cards. And that's very exciting. This is basically what everybody hoped Plum the Forbidden would be. Very interested in playing this card. Also, I guess worth mentioning that you target multiple creatures. I don't know how good that is in our format, but it's kind of interesting that it's a 2-mana card that targets any number of creatures you control. Ral Zarek, Guest Lecturer. 1 black for a legendary planeswalker. It's Ral. 3 starting loyalty. +1, Surveil 2. -1, any number of target players each discard a card. -2, return a creature with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to play. And -7, flip 5 coins. Target opponent skips their next X turns, where X is the number of coins that came up heads. This is classic gay guy behavior, where dog was blue-red, meets a cute Orzhov twink, and then all of a sudden, his whole shtick has changed. What are you talking about? I've always been into this. No, I was like this before you met me. The fucking osmosis of gay men is wild. It's first they start wearing the same glasses and clothes. Then they start listening to all the same music. He was an otter as well. Oh my God. As for a Magic card, it's kind of funny. Like, Planeswalkers are not at their best nowadays. Certainly not ones like this. And this set has 2 new Planeswalkers, both of which feel as though they come from the year 2018. Not a lot of people play Liliana the Veil. And when they do, you'll never believe the premier play pattern of Liliana. ETB, edict their creature +1 the next turn, right? I just don't... I mean, reanimating a 3-drop is kind of nice. Like, I'm not going to lie. This being this kind of Savine's Reclamation card is cute. But 3-drops are so competitive. Is this where I want to be? Is this what I want to be playing? I don't really think so. Now, on that note, I did trade Nelson for his second copy of Foil Ral Zarek Guest Lecturer. So I'm sure this card, like, the way that I'll word it is that I could see this card being played in an archetype that I don't play, that I don't think is very good, by a player that is better than I am. And maybe I'll have to put a little respect onto Raoul's name. But even in those decks, I don't think this is a heavy hitter. It just... I don't think it's a heavy hitter. And then if it does show up in those decks, like the Rihanna mid-range is where I'm thinking about this, or like 3-animator, I'm not playing those decks anyways. And this isn't the kind of card that entices me to play those decks. Scheming Silver Tongue. 1 and a black for a 1/3 Vampire Warlock with flying, lifelink. At the beginning of your second main phase, if you gain 2 or more life this turn, this creature becomes prepared. And her prepared spell is Sign in Blood. 2 black sorcery. Target player draws 2 cards and loses 2 cards. I do like that this card becomes prepared at a time where you can obviously attack with it to gain some life. You can get some beginning of combat triggers. You can have something else with lifelink. You can play cards in your pre-combat main phase to trigger Soul Wardens, or use your mana to crack food or whatever. Go to your second main, and now she's prepared. And even if you spend your mana on one turn and then prepare her, the next turn, you can start your pre-combat main by Sign-in Blooding, figuring out what you want to do, maybe figuring out a way to get her prepared again, and carrying on. This is actually a card, I've been thinking about this for a bit. This is actually a card I'm more interested in mono black than I thought I would be. I played that mono black Rihanna mid-range deck on Friday Night Paper Fight that had won a couple of tournaments, both one locally and one at like an event in like the UK or something. And I think those decks suck. I think that mono black deck is terrible. It's a fun experiment, but I think it's terrible. And I was thinking about like, well, what is a mono black deck that I would like? Because I like mono black. I like black mana. You ever cast a Dark Ritual? It's pretty great. And there was a mono black deck that was like heavy on the hand attack, heavy on the pitch spells. Basically, the like a Necropotence, it's kind of pumped up by Necrodominance getting printed as well style strategy that I think has some legs. You got a ton of hand attack, you got a ton of free spells, you got some of the best removal in the format. And this is something that I wouldn't mind playing because that's a deck that is really reliant on like having some way to just always draw some cards and gain some life. But I don't think this card is going to be showing up everywhere. Kind of wish it was double black and mana cost too, but you know what? That's okay. Stensian Sanguinist. 1 and a black for a 2/2 Vampire Cleric. Whenever you attack, target creature gains Death Touch until end of turn. Whenever that creature deals combat damage to a player, this creature becomes prepared. And then its prepared spell is Exsanguinate. X black for a sorcery. Each opponent loses X life and you gain life equal to the amount of life lost this way. This one's kind of funny. It can do something the turn it hits the table, right? You have a 2-drop, or you play your 1-drop. Turn 2, you play this. You attack with the 1-drop. The 1-drop can now just get ahead of anything, no matter how big it is. And if it smacks them, then you have an Exsanguinate on deck. You're unlikely to use the Exsanguinate the next turn. Kind of just want to keep it stocked. But then they're pressured to get rid of this. And that's kind of nice. It's like, yeah, you got to get rid of this for multiple reasons. It's not something you can check on the board because it's going to just start pushing damage with Death Touchers. And then if you're just sitting back, relaxing, who knows? Maybe you are just going to Exsanguinate for 1 or 2 and then attack with a Death Toucher and re-prepare her. And just nickel and dime your opponent. She is a vampire. And as the premier vampires pilot of the format, I might give her a shot in that. But I think I'm good on vampires for a little bit. There's some reasonable ones in the set, both this and the previous card, but they just didn't really give us any good vampires in Modern Horizons 3. Tragedy Feaster. 2 black for a demon with trample. It's a 7/6. Ward, discard a card. And Infusion. At the beginning of your end step, sack a permanent unless you gain life this turn. What a big, stupid idiot. I bet I can convince Surge to play this card. I don't think it's very good, but I bet I can convince him, yeah, dude. No, you just play like Ancient Tomb and Mox Jet and you play this. No, it's good. You sacrifice your Mox Jet so you get Delirium. There's no downside. Withering Curse. 1 black for a sorcery. All creatures get -2/-2 until end of turn. And if you gain life this turn, you destroy all creatures instead. I like this card. I have been searching for an Infest that can be playable in this format. I mean, obviously we have Toxic Deluge. Hi, Mulder. Infest is a kind of card that has a lot of play, but you never want to include it in your deck. And you always wish that it were Infest or Wrath. Or like that, you know, there was some kind of flexibility that you could do something so that it's not just going to be dead against so much of X3s. Gaining life might be a little tough. This is one of the things where like I would be more interested in playing this in like blue-black X control, but then I got to figure out how we're gaining life in that deck. And there are some cards that can definitely push you into that territory. Like Salt, like if I'm Sultai, I loved Sultai control. There was an old Sultai control deck that was so sick. It didn't play Ancestral Recall. It just played Demonic Tutor and a bunch of stuff, and it had like 40 lands. That deck was so sick. It was a cool like anti-meta deck against the other control decks. Just kind of outgrinded them. But that's old news. That was, you know, from quite some time ago. Holder, I'm trying to get the iBoogie you have. I just don't know how we're going to reliably get Infusion. This card is insane if we can reliably make sure that Infusion is active when we want it to be active, but it might be too much of a hoop to jump through. On to red. Before we start talking about this card, I'm going to run to the washroom really quickly. All this sugar-free soda is making me pee. Oh, I should have left my mic unmuted because that meow. Oh my god. That was so loud, Mulder. Mulder made such a huge... Oh, such a huge meow there. Yeah. Kind of wish it was unmuted and then everybody would get to hear how big of a meow you made. All right. On to red. Advanced Reconstruction. 3 in a red for an enchantment class. At the beginning of your first main phase, you mill a card. Then exile a card from your graveyard at random. You can play the exiled card this turn. Level 2 is 1 in a red. Whenever 1 or more cards leave your graveyard, this class deals 2 damage to each opponent. Level 3 is 1 in a red. Spells you cast from anywhere other than your hand cost 2 less to cast. It's a little too slow. I like the 4-mana sagas, enchantments, whatever, that can like maybe push a little more card advantage. We got the Legend of Roku from Avatar, which I think is the best version of this that we've received so far. I think this is just the fact that, like, you know, the timing of like, yay, you want to cast this? I don't know. Even though the next couple levels, like level 2 especially, can kill someone, I just don't think it's worth to play. 4 drops are tough. 4 push. Thank you for subscribing and supporting the channel. Hope you're doing well. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Thank you so much. This one's kind of funny. Blazing Fire Singer. 2 in a red for a dwarf bard. This creature enters prepared, and it has Seething Song as its prepared spell. 2 in a red, an instant, add 5 red to your mana pool. I like the artwork on this card. It has big, I mean this one too actually, has big old school vibes. Like this is like, I don't know, this has the artwork of like a beloved card from Weatherlight and Visions, while still being modern enough that it doesn't look, you know, like it's trying too hard. It's great. I'm excited to see more pieces of artwork from Ashley Lovett down the line. Seething Song's a little tough to justify playing this 3-mana creature for. It's like the upfront cost and the cost of the song is a little much. Even just playing this and then waiting the next turn might be a bit much. I mean, if I get to cast this, untap with it in Seething Song, I'm probably winning the game. But like, I just don't think I need it. Again, if I can build a Storm deck that avoids playing creatures that I need to untap with, I think I'm going to do it. Not to mention, creatures having a ritual mean that it's a lot more difficult to do anything off of Underworld Breach or Yawgmoth's Will, because they're just going to hang out and play. Choreographed Sparks. Red for an instant. The spell can't be copied. You choose one or both. Copy an instant or sorcery spell you control. You can choose new targets. Copy target creature you spell. That copy gains haste. And at the beginning of the end step, sacrifice this token. That's the cheapest version of this card? Yeah. They won't ever let us have fun, huh? Oh, it's got Paolo Parente art in 2026. Holy smokes. Like, they won't ever let us dual caster mage. Please. Please just let us dual caster mage. The fact that it's only you control is a little awkward. I mean, you know, it's so funny. I'm probably going to play this in the previous card in Mono Red Storm. But that should show you how desperate I would be before I get to playing that. Thinking of the card as a blocker, then a Seething Song be better? No, because there's no world in which I would include it just to block. You would only ever include that if you really wanted the Seething Song and you're willing to take the risk. Emeritus of Conflict. 1 in a red for a human wizard. A 2/2 with first strike. Whenever you cast your 3rd spell each turn, this creature becomes prepared. Its spell is a little something I'd like to call Lightning Bolt. Single red instant. Deal 3 damage to any target. 2-mana 2/2 first striker in red. Great. It's just a body. I've played a body that can attack and can be annoying. It being a wizard It's not nothing. There's a version of mono red where I'm like, we just need to get enough wizards. And when we do, we can play Wizards Lightning, and that's just a second lightning bolt. That's perfect. The fact is that, it's nice that like once you get this prepared, you're pretty golden for the rest of the game. Like there's not going to be that much game after it, but like, let's say we cast, 3 spells. Not that difficult in a red deck. I'm on a red deck, especially where you're going to have a bunch of cheap spells, Reckless Impulses, Ren's Resolves, the, what's the one from Spider-Man? It's called like Date Night or something. You got Mishra's Bauble, Urza's Bauble, obviously Moxen, Lava Dart, all these cheap spells. You need to kind of plan to get it to your 3rd spell, but once you do, this card becomes prepared. And then, moving forward, Lightning Bolt is your first spell of the turn. So you Lightning Bolt. And now you need 2 more. You get 2 more, you get to bolt again. That's kind of exciting. The floor on this is just, it's a cheap creature that can attack, that makes it real awkward to block. And once it gets prepared, which is an ask, but not a huge ask, kind of just makes the game a living hell. Yeah, casting the prepared spell is a copy. The copy is casting a spell, meaning that it is going to contribute to your count on casting spells towards getting this re-prepared, or for any prowess creatures, any kind of electrostatic infantry style cards. Council's Dilemma. I haven't... Fateful Tempest, 2 and a red sorcery, Council's Dilemma. Starting with you, each player votes for past or present. You mill a card for each past vote, then it deals damage to my opponent equal to number the total mana value of milled cards this way. You exile the top card of your library for each present, and until end of your turn, you may play that card. That's cool. For Commander. For me to poop on. Flashback. 1 red, instant. Target instant or sorcery spell in your graveyard gains flashback. The flashback cost is equal to its mana cost. I like flashback. I imagine I'm going to play the card flashback in decks that don't mind flashing back Ancestral Recall, Lightning Bolt, Swords to Plowshares, Dark Ritual, Demonic Tutor, Pyretic Ritual. Shit, I might even just Tendrils of Agony. Like, legitimately, there are some interesting lines where getting this card lets you short drills into flashback for the last bit of drills. Instant speed is also quite nice. Lets you fight over, you can do some stuff with silences, right? Like, you can silence somebody, they try to fight it, you let the counterspell resolve, then you get to flash it back and silence them again. Yeah. I'm excited to play this card. It's pretty straightforward. It's pretty good. I think you could play this in non-storm decks, just so we're clear. Like, I'd be curious to see if Jeskai ends up finding a slot for this. But certainly like an Izzet deck with Vivi and Corey Steelcutter and stuff. And the aforementioned combo decks. I don't think I read this card because it costs 1 million mana. Fury Gale Flocking, 8 red for a sorcery. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each instant and sorcery in your graveyard. For each opponent, you create 2 3/3 blue and red elemental creature tokens with flying that attack that opponent this turn, if able. They gain haste. I've started to fall out of love with this already. Babe, we had a good thing going, but I just, the more I got to know you, the less I loved you. This one's kind of fun. I think this is already on a card. Garrison Excavator. 3 in a red for a 3/4 orc sorcerer with menace. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, you make a 2/2 red and white spirit token. I think we got this with Quintorius, right? The Quintorius, the 5 mana one. Yeah. I mean, being 1 mana shorter, 1 fewer color, and not being a legendary creature means that you can maybe set up something. Like that's an ability that doesn't say once per turn. I wonder if there's some kind of combo with this. Either way, I can't imagine it being worthwhile in our format, even with the improvements to one of the engine pieces. Impractical Joke. Single red for a sorcery. Damage can't be prevented this turn. Impractical Joke deals 3 damage to up to 1 target creature or planeswalker. I was a Strangle enjoyer. Strangle is still a card where I'm like, you know, are we really not playing Strangle? Some versions of blue-red play it, just exclusively blue-red. 3 damage for 1 is pretty good. Being able to hit a planeswalker is not nothing. Can pick off a Narset, a Teferi, you know. It has game. This, however, is an improvement. Quite a bit of an improvement, actually. Being able to push damage through the One Ring is pretty nice. Being able to maybe kill one of the creatures that you could, like, your opponent has a protection from red creature or something else, and you're able to kill one of those, and then now they can't block with the pro-red creature. Notably, you cannot target, like, you can't target a Mother of Runes with this and be like, oh, it can't be prevented, because it just won't be a legal target due to the rules of protection. Yeah, I don't know. I'm willing to give this a shot. Pushing through the One Ring's not bad. Pushing through some protection's not bad. It's kind of interesting because, like, this type of effect is more appealing in a more controlling kind of deck, or at the very least a deck that is okay not going to the dome, which leads you down the path of, you know, more controlling. They're not like an all-out aggressive deck or a red X deck. But I could see some of the Izzet decks, again, the Vivi decks, the Corey Steelcutter decks playing this, just to get more density and the added benefit of pushing through a One Ring. Also, up to 1 target creature or planeswalker means that you don't need to be like, I'll target my thing with 4 toughness just to get this ability. It just happens. That's kind of neat. Yeah, getting through Glacial Chasm's not nothing. Improvisation Capstone. 5 red for a sorcery. Exile cards from the top of your library until you exile cards with total mana value 4 or greater. You can cast any number of spells from among them without paying their mana costs. And then has Paradigm. I don't even think this is like a Mississippi River card, because there are so many, like, you're just gonna like use this and hit like a land cycler. Maybe like, oh no. 4, it's kind of funny because like 4 is just not a ton. I mean, maybe it's fine if you're like, I am going to, I don't know. Maybe there's a way to build your deck in such a way that you're okay doing this. 7 mana, though. It's a lot of mana. Every turn is kind of nice. It grinds them out. That's kind of the whole point of the Mississippi River. Not my monkey, not my circus. Or not my circus, not my monkeys. Maelstrom Artisan. 1 red. For a 3/2 Minotaur sorcerer with haste, this creature enters prepared and has Rocket Volley for 1 in a red. A sorcery that says destroy target non-basic land. I mean, I'm a sucker for a 3-power haste creature for 3 mana. That's kind of become the norm now. Destroying a non-basic land is frustrating. It's a good spell. 2 mana to do it's not nothing. It's just 5 mana for the package, especially when destroying a land. Like, the immediacy is so important, right? Not only is this very vulnerable, 3/2 is just going to die to everything, both on the board and on the stack. But like, the telegraphed, hey, I'm going to blow up your non-basic land, is just like, oh, well, I guess I should play around it, which makes it a lot easier. If you know it's coming, land destruction is a lot less terrifying, you know? There's no way to re-prepare it. It seems a little like I'm trying to think of a world where I'd want to play this. Like if I'm playing medium red, I just have better ways of dealing with non-basic lands and also better creatures. If I'm medium red, the few more expensive cards I'm playing, I don't know if I want to play this. Just think I'm off it. Magma Blood Archaic. 2 Brid red, 2 Brid red, 2 Brid red. For a 2/2 avatar with trample and reach that has converge. So this creature enters with a 1/1 counter on it for each color of mana you spent to cast it. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn for each color of mana spent to cast that spell. So, because this is a card that has this and the green counterpart have been a little tough for people to read, I'm going to break it down. If we cast this card for triple red, it'll be a 3/3 trample reach creature. Simple as. If we cast this for 2 generic, used, maybe we spend green and blue on it, and then red. We are going to get a 5/5 for 4, because we have spent 3 different colors of mana. So that's the converge side. That's why that mana cost looks so goofy. Basically, if you're playing a 5-color deck and you play 2 generic as black and white, 2 generic as blue and green, and then a final red pip, that's 5 mana for a 7/7 trample reach creature. Yes, or it could be a 2/2 for 6 colorless. And then the next ability is more interesting, I guess. It's whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn for each color of mana spent to cast that spell. Kind of cool that it works even with, you know, tapping. Like I cast Searing Spear and I pay a red and a white. My creatures get +2/+0 until end of turn. I feel like this is maybe jumping through too many hoops when I would rather just fucking kill you. But that last ability is pretty strong. And like, it's not as though having additional colors in your red deck's that tough. Gruul, for instance. This card's really tough to play, though. The problem is, like, you never want to spend additional colors to cast it, but you would want to maybe try to spend additional colors to cast the spells to support it. And there's just better things to do at 3 or 6 or 4 or 5. Cool card. I like the design. It's a little, like, heavy-handed, but... Micah, Reader of Ruins. 3 and a red for a legendary human artificer with ward, pay 3 life. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, you can sack an artifact, and if you do, you copy that spell and can choose new targets. Ward, pay life is so funny because it's just actually not ward. It's creating this sense of security, but in actuality, it's just saying like, hey, if you want to deal with this, you're going to have to take some damage. The problem is they still get to deal with it. They still get to clear the board of this card. Powerful ability, but for a 4 mana 4/4, I mean 4/4 is not bad, but for a 4 mana legendary creature without an ETB, it's a little tough. You are like, even if they have a Caracas, you would be able to play this and then immediately cast an instant or sorcery spell and copy. But that's just a lot for something that you don't really need. Like a lot of the best instant sorcery spells, you don't really need to copy them because with all the cards that we play are generally pretty good. Molten Core Maestro, 1 and a red for a 2/2 Goblin Bard with Menace that has Opus. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, you put a 1/1 counter on this creature. If 5 or more mana was spent to cast that spell, add an amount of red equal to this creature's power. So this is a 2 mana 2/2 Menace that just gets bigger when you cast instants and sorceries. Like, I cannot think. I mean, maybe in a niche scenario where you pay 5 mana to cast, you know, you hard cast Fire Blast or you hard cast Lorien Revealed or whatever. But this is just going to be a menacing, a menace creature that grows. That's not to say it's unplayable. Why is my mouse not working? Electrostatic Infantry from Dominaria United. 2 mana 1/2 with trample that gets bigger when you cast instants and sorceries. This card sees play. There are versions of mono red that play this card, versions of Red X that play this card. And this card, you know, has kind of a lot of the same DNA. 2-drop, gets bigger when you play instants and sorceries. Both of them are exclusively instants and sorceries, so your Baubles and Moxen aren't going to trigger it, but that's okay. Menace instead of trample. Different abilities. I'm not going to say one's better than the other, but they're different. They both have strengths when you're playing red. Menace can be a little like controlling the board with Menace and red spells is a little easier. You kill their second blocker, so then they're unable to block this. They take a bunch of damage. Whereas the infantry, somebody can double block. Same kind of mindset with Maestro, right? They could double block a Menace creature. You bolt one of the creatures blocking, and then in the case of Menace, the remaining creature is going to die. But the with Trample, the remaining creature is going to die and they're going to take a brick, you know? I could see myself trying this out in a prowess deck for sure. Like the floor of just being a 2/2 Menace is really annoying. Menace is going to push a shitload of damage. Menace is also quite good, much like Trample with Giant Growth and Friends. Noctamoon Lore Spinner. 2 and a red for a 3/3 Jackal Wizard. At the beginning of your upkeep, if a player has 1 or fewer cards in hand, this creature becomes prepared. And then its spell is Wheel of Fortune. 2 and a red sorcery. Each player discards their hand, draw 7 cards. I think draw 7s are pretty bad. I've kind of hung up draw 7s. I'm just like, I don't think they're worth playing in a world with so many Narsets and Orcish Bowmasters and Shieldrids and just like free spells. Like I am so off draw 7s for Paradox combo. I don't know what to do with Paradox Engine now. It's just, it can still work, but you're just kind of gambling to get it to work. There are just times where you get like gear checked and it doesn't work and it feels bad. And I certainly don't want to play this card. That I can't do it all in one turn. Prismari Pianist. 1 red for a 2/1 Jin Bard. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, you create a 1/1 red and blue elemental creature token. If that spell's mana value is 5 or greater, you make 3 of those instead. This is a 3 mana Young Pyromancer. In a world where 2 mana Young Pyromancer doesn't really see as much play anymore, or any play, in fact, in some decks. In a Quarry Steel Cutter deck, I'm just good not playing this. I'm just fine if I'm just playing third path PZ and like Quarry Steel Cutter. 3 mana 2/1. It's just kind of wish it were bigger. Kappa. Relic Retriever. I like this baboon. 1 and a red for a 2/1 first striking Spirit Monkey that has at the beginning of each end step, if a card left your graveyard this turn, create a treasure token. That's a powerful ability. You have to have a bunch of cards leaving the end step and you have to play it. Like, it's just, this is the kind of thing where with Gao, it's a little bit easier because Gao is always doing something. And that something is growing bigger. And when you finally trigger the, hey, a thing left the graveyard, they're dying, right? Like you're flashing back a card or something got reanimated or a Detective's Phoenix or you delved whatever. They're dying. The Gao is triggering and they're taking a brick. Or a poor opponent decided to ghost vacuum something in your yard and they're taking a brick. Monkey, only make treasure. Ook ook, not good enough. Cool card though. I mean, I like the art. I do like the baboon. You think its ass cheeks are glowing like that? They have to be, right? I guess you can kind of see them glowing. This card costs 5 mana. Moving on. Spirit of Resilience. 2 and a red for a 2/2 Spirit Warrior. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, you put a 1/1 counter on this creature. Then you may have this creature become a copy of an artifact or a creature card from among those cards until end of turn. Really cool card. Unfortunately, it's just too many hoops to jump through to get this to do really what I want it to do. Some of the benefits of this are that the cards that you would use to exile things from your graveyard are going to be relatively cheap, right? Like if we get a Ghost Vacuum or Scrabbling Claws type of effect, like those cost 1 mana and they can be activated basically immediately. We then need to, like, the real struggle is that this card is 3 mana for a 2/2 with no ETB, no way to immediately exile cards. We just have to go through a bunch of hoops to get something that is fine. Like it's there are some funny implications with like Goblin Welder and whatever. But I just think it's a little too tough to set up. Steal the Show. 2 and a red for a sorcery. You choose one or both. Target player discards any number of cards from their hand, then draws that many cards. Or Steal the Show deals damage equal to the number of instants and sorceries in your graveyard to target creature or planeswalker. This card costs 3 mana. Thunderdrum Soloist. 1 and a red for a 1/3 dwarf bard with reach. Has Opus. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. If 5 or more mana was spent to cast a spell, this creature deals 3 damage to each opponent instead. I like Firebrand Archers. I think there's a version of red where you go heavy on the Firebrand Archers. This one being a 3/1 with reach is genuinely quite annoying. You know, it blocks Malcolm, Fairy Mastermind, Spirit Tokens, that kind of thing. And being able to, like, three toughness means that it can also just block some cheap creatures on the ground, not die to a shock type of effect or whatever. Means they need to put more damage from their fury onto this card. And it's just another, I hate to refer to them as Thermo Alchemists because Thermo Alchemist doesn't attack. And Thermo Alchemist is like, has some other benefits, but it's you know, the not being able to attack really kind of is a real bit of a pisser when like some of the best cheap spells in red are going to be pump spells, Monstrous Rage and Titan Strength and whatnot. So yeah, a redundancy for that deck. I played this deck somewhat recently, at least within the last year on stream, and I believe, and no offense to Angel, I believe it killed Angel so many times and so quickly. I was just like, yeah, all right, we're done. like with playing this deck, I was like, all right, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. I don't know if this is good TV, and I think all Canlander is good TV. I don't think there's such thing as bad TV with Canadian Highlander, which is ironic because the format's terrible. Ambitious Augmenter is our first green card. Single green for Turtle Wizard. It's a 1/1 that has increment whenever you cast a spell. If the amount of mana spent is greater than this creature's power or toughness, put a 1/1 counter on this creature. Likely the last time I'm going to read increment. When this creature dies, if it had 1 or more counters on it, you make a 0/0 green and blue fractal creature token. Then you put this creature's counters on that token. So this is going to play a lot like a Pelt Collector, an Experiment 1 type of card, but it also plays like a Garrison Cat or a Nested Shambler. Like it is a 1-drop that grows and then it dies and produces a bigger creature. That's pretty cool. I like Pelt Collector, I mean, I like Mono Green. I think Mono Green's a lot of fun to play and can genuinely, depending on the matchups you run into, can genuinely, like, you know, push damage. Can really cause a fuss. And this is a nice one drop to have. That's it. It's pretty straightforward. A good one drop that grows. You know, that's an interesting deck because typically your one drops are mana dorks for green. I like to build it with like a bunch of mana dorks at one, and then you play Pelt Collector and Paw Patch Recruit. And then maybe Experiment one, but you could also play this. Oh, what up, Cynthia? Or Christina, excuse me. This is so expensive. Whenever you gain life, put a growth counter on it. There are 5 or more growth counters on a creature you control. Get +3/+3. Yeah, that card does nothing. Nothing. If it isn't my favorite card in the set. 2 and a green for a 3/4. Gets you a Meritus of Abundance. Meritus of Abundance is an elf druid with vigilance. This creature enters prepared. And whenever this creature attacks, if you control 8 or more lands, this creature becomes prepared. Her prepared spell is Regrowth. For 1 and a green, you return target card from your graveyard to your hand as a sorcery. Couple things. 1, Magic the Gathering. Print more fat women on cards. I'm begging you. We need copious amounts of fat women on Magic cards. For a variety of reasons. Number 2, this card has great artwork. This is great artwork. Number 3, 3 mana, 3/4 vigilance means that this will genuinely pressure my opponents. I say my because I am going to include this and play it quite a bit. And also give it a stat line that just, it won't die. It won't die. You're not killing it. You're not killing it. It's not dying. It already enters prepared. So this can be a 5 mana regrowth, which is kind of interesting. This is like a 5 mana regrowth creature along the lines of like Eternal Witness and Timeless Witness, which 5 mana is a lot of mana. Don't get me wrong, but it's nice to have another one of those on the chain. We don't really have that. But most importantly, it is an elf that is a regrowth creature. I have been waiting for a regrowth elf for like 20 plus years. I'm not kidding. Since I was I quite literally, I think for 22 years, I've been waiting for a regrowth elf. Because when Eternal Witness got previewed, it was one of my favorite cards in 5th Dawn. And I played elves, and I knew of Wirewood Symbiote and all the shenanigans you could do. And I was like, damn, what if this card was an elf? And now we have an elf to return with Wirewood Symbiote. The body on this Emeritus is really good. Stat line's nice as well. Yeah, she kind of bad though. Not good. I'm winning people over by being like, hey, I think Magic the Gathering needs to have more cards with fat women on them. I think that it needs to explore all different types of bodies and also presenting those bodies in different ways. Frankly, I also think there should be more cards with ugly women on them where their ugliness is not tied to the card. Just print more people of different, different builds and looks. But also, she got a whole shelf back there. And that's how Benny Wheels likes to jam. But going back to the Magic card, it's an elf that I can return with Wirewood Symbiote. And in doing so, I can untap Priest of Titania, Fanatic of Ronus, Circle of Dreams Druid, which allows me to add a shitload of mana, which then I can use to replay the Archmage, or the Emeritus, excuse me. And now what if I throw a Time Walk in the mix? What if I throw a Time Walk in the mix? So you could Secret Walk with this card. You could build an Elves deck that also has the Time Walk package. Bant Elves is quite good. Bant Elves is quite good. In terms of like elf builds. But also, you'll never believe this. There's another line of text that I read, but didn't really focus on. When this creature attacks, if you control 8 or more lands, this becomes prepared. Can you think of any archetype in Canadian Highlander with Time Walk in its point spread that regularly gets up to a very large amount of lands? I can. That shit's called Scapeshift. So, Scapeshift is already taking infinite turns using Seasons Past loops. Some versions, 4-color Scapeshift, also taking advantage of the Secret Walk package. And this card could just do that. Like, that's Scapeshift with turns is a deck that could just, like, you could just take some extra turns here and there. You know, you'll just cast like Capture. You'll cast a Time Warp, whatever. The fact that it just needs to attack. It can repeatedly prepare itself to return your Time Warp. Insane. Not to mention, it doesn't just have to be Time Warp. The fact that you can like return fucking Lightning Bolt, Swords to Plowshares, Lorien Revealed, Counterspell, Cryptic Command? It's kind of exciting. I'm excited to play this card quite a bit across a variety of decks, basically. Like, I was thinking to myself, you know, I don't brew as much as I used to. I don't really need to brew anymore. I have younger people do that for me. I know what I like to do. I understand that I'm washed. I have a pretty cushy position. I did my time. I got my trophies on the wall. Not the year-end trophy, because I've lost in the finals more than you can count. But, you know, I've won enough Canlander tournaments in my life that I'm good. I'm not entirely happy about it, but I'm at peace with it. And so I've kind of realized, like, I got 5 archetypes in this format that I am... Those are my archetypes. That's where I'm chilling. I get to fuck around with them, bring them out, play weird stuff. They're like my forever decks, you know? And you got Storm. Some of these are multiple archetypes, but they're kind of based around the same thing. You got Storm, Thalia decks, Scapeshift, Dredge, and Hoof. I think you could include a 6th deck because you're allowed to carry 6 Pokemon in your party. And the 6th deck is probably Tinker decks. I just really like casting Tinker. That card's a lot of fun. Eggs is in the Storm deck. It's a Black Lotus deck, basically. I like Black Lotus. I like Time Walk. I like Tinker. I like Mox Pearl. And I like Bizarre Baghdad. I'm a simple man, he says, after listing off $40,000 worth of cards. Am I still the premier Lands pilot? I haven't played Lands in a hot minute. Do I like Japchae? I haven't had Japchae in a long time, but yes. I used to get it from my local grocery store. Would have like a section where you could get like ready-made food, and they had a ton of Korean ready-made food. Eno and Berserk and Shambles. I mean, truthfully, in my mind, I had Natural Order in the same category as like Time Walk. I'm like, oh, I can just kind of mesh it together. I don't know. You could tell how I'm feeling about different archetypes and different things in this format based off of my German want list. Anyways, this card's insane. I can't wait to play it. Speaking of environmental scientist. Whew! I only like them because they're good. I don't even think some of those decks are good. 1 and a green for a 2/2 human druid. When this creature enters, you may search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, and put it in your hand, then shuffle. This card's sick. OGs remember Sylvan Ranger. This is just Sylvan Ranger, admittedly with a worse creature type. It's a human instead of an elf. But a 2/2, that's a legit stat line. They're not picking it off with like a Bowmasters. You have to actually like input more for Fury. So it's kind of going to stick around and be better with Gaia's Cradle decks and whatnot. Yeah. These cards are legit fundamental to your creature combo decks, by the way. If you're building Nadu or like a Kiki Pod deck or a Seeker Walk deck, you should be playing this card. Those decks anchor themselves in green, and if you're against a deck with Blood Moon or non-basic land hate or whatever, you're going to want to get your basic forest first so that you could cast your Mana Dorks that will then open up other colors. But Mana Dorks unfortunately die to Fury and Pyroclasm and, you know, Wrath the Skies and whatever. So having a card that can either unlock your basic green if you need it to, and just, you know, you just find the land, put it in your hand, or unlock your second color that you need after developing the green. Huge. Like you're a green-white deck or whatever, green-white X. Maybe your answers to Blood Moon or your answers to like Harbinger of the Seas or whatever are in white. So you get your green off of your fetch land or whatever, your basic forest. You play the scientist, you find your basic plains, and you're golden. Or you find the colors so that you can still execute your combo, and ideally do so when they tap out for a permanent that is supposed to muck your mana, but you have the tools to get around it. Card's great. What about Turbo Hoof? I think I stopped playing Sylvan Ranger in Hoof. Might still be okay. That card's a little tough because I like the elf theme for Hoof now. That's kind of funny. Oh, this card's not good, but it's kind of funny. Germination Practicum, the green paradigm, 2 counters in each creature. All right. Glorious Decay, 1 and a green for an instant. You blow up an artifact, you deal 4 damage to a creature with flying. You exile a card in a graveyard and draw a card. Very similar to Heritage Reclamation, which is disenchant or exile a card from the graveyard, draw a card. But more accurately, Paw Patch Formation. Destroy a creature with flying, destroy an enchantment, draw a card, make a food. So these cards are kind of cool. I like them. I've seen them played in I like it in Bant Control. In my Bant Control deck, I played Paw Patch Formation. Although I cut it recently, but it's always kind of there. The fact that they could just replace themselves is huge. Paw Patch Formation was nice because it blew up Blood Moon, and it was a way to deal with Murktide Region and Abhor Inoculus. Glorious Decay unfortunately cannot deal with Murktide Region or Abhor Inoculus. Paw Patch Formation also kills would kill the Psychic Frog that they want to jump over my Wall of Blossoms and bullshit. 4 damage to a creature with flying doesn't kill the most scary, like the scariest flyers in the format. Blowing up an artifact is quite nice though, being able to deal with a Bolus the Citadel or Time Vault or whatever. And then just exiling a card, draw a card is nice. I think between Paw Patch Formation, Glorious Decay, and Heritage Reclamation, you have your options for one of these cards if you're looking for a little kind of added utility, especially if you're in like Bant or Sultai. Or Scapeshift. I think I played Paw Patch Formation and Scapeshift too because I dealt with Blood Moon. Yeah, hi. This ooze is kind of funny. Kinetic Ooze, X and a green. for an ooze. It's a 0/0. Enters with 0/1/1 counters on it. When it enters, you destroy up to one target artifact or enchantment with mana value X or less. If X is 5 or more, you draw a card. And if X is 10 or more, double the number of 1/1 counters on any number of other target creatures. Kind of funny that just like for 1 mana, it blows up Moxen and Urza Saga and Karn Strux. Like, it dies too, but that doesn't matter. You just paid 1 mana. You're like, all right, get rid of your Saga. Get rid of your Moxen. At 1 or less, you know, you're killing Skull Clamps and Voltaic Keys and stuff. But I just think this is overall maybe a little too mana intensive. I would just rather play Haywire Might. Or Insidious Fungus if you really care about having your cheap anti-artifact card blow or be able to be found off Green Sun Zenith. I'm not reading all that. I ain't reading all that. These X cards matter. Very cool for like Commander and whatnot, but not very good in our format. Oracle's Restoration. 1 green sorcery. Target creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. You gain a life and draw a card. It's kind of cool. We have green targeted draw at 1. They occasionally show up. Like if somebody wants to play the Rug Blitz deck, it's not very good. Just play blue red. But if you really want to, Pest Rescuer. 2 and a green for a 2/2 Dryad Druid. At the beginning of your upkeep, if you don't control a pest token, you make a 1/1 black and green pest token. With when this token dies, you gain a life. And if you gain life, you gain that much +1 instead. So this is very much like an Ophiomancer. Every upkeep, you get a 1/1. Except instead of the 1/1 having Death Touch, you get to gain 2. But also, you get to gain an additional 1 for each instance of gaining life. Meaning every Blood Artist trigger, you're going to gain an additional life. Every pest token dying, obviously, you're going to gain additional life. And that doesn't seem like a ton, but like that adds up. That lets you really grind the game out. Lets you have these real squeakers. I think you're likely going to play this in an Aristocrats deck that has green anyways. Just making a creature every upkeep is already pretty good. The mana value is pretty good. Yeah, I'm into it. I could see it being played. Does this ruin my evening? I could maybe. I don't know. Like the ruin your evening. I don't know if I want to spend 3 mana for this and ruin your evening. Aristocrats, I'm okay with doing that though. This card's very funny. Planar Engineering, 4 mana sorcery, sack 2 lands, search your library for 4 basics, put them into play tapped, then shuffle. This kills with Tifa and Standard, right? You play your land, she goes to 2, and then you get 4 more. So 2 to 4 to 8 to 16 to 32. Stupid. Half a ham sandwich kills with Tifa? Yeah, that's true. I love going up to the slot machine. Not good enough for our format. 5 mana. Ribtress Roaster. This thing's too expensive. Slumbering Trudge. X and a green for a plant beast. It's a 6/6. This creature enters with a number of stun counters on it equal to 3 minus X. And if X is 2 or less, it enters tapped. This is a cruel card to print because I can see some less than bright individuals wanting to play it because it costs 1 and it's a 6/6. And then just this, for whatever reason, fucks with them. If it's still on the battlefield, cast Dead Ringers or Death Ringers or whatever the hell that card's called. Yeah, this card's not good. Who cares about the 1 mana 6/6? Oh, it got errated? What the fuck? When did this get errated? What? If X is 2 or less, and it is tapped, and then this one says, if it ended with a stun counter on it, tap it. The previous wording didn't work. I love the quality control coming from Wizards of the Coast in 2026. I'm not blaming the designers. I'm not blaming, all that. I just love that they have 5 minutes to work on sets. Not enough time to proofread everything. Mind you, Magic the Gathering is a fucking disaster. So, it's a disaster, parentheses, positive. Coffee drinker, apologies, I missed you there. Is there any caffeine in this set? I think there's we saw one of the students drinking some coffee. I had some good coffee this morning. Thank you so much for the support. I hope you're doing well. I do like that this is a woman. This is a lady. This is a lady trudge. Yes, she is blocking the path. Are you volunteering to move her? Good trudge. Is this Snorlax? You mean Relaxo? Yes. Studious First Year. 1 green for a 1/1 bear wizard. This creature enters prepared, and then its spell is Rampant Growth. 1 and a green sorcery, search your library for a basic land, put that land into play, tap, then shuffle. I love everything this card is doing. Going back to the thematics of these prepared spells, the professors and the professors and the wizards of or not just wizards, but like the faculty of this academy that have some prowess or prestige, that have the experience, they're casting OG spells that are powerful, right? They're casting Replenish, they're casting Ancestral Recalls and stuff like that. And then the new students are casting spells of their own creation, right? They're paving the path of the next generation, and they're doing so with varying results, right? Like there's a lot of cheaper utility cards that are below rate, whatever, it's fine. But then you have this card, which is they're studious. They're a first year, they're giving it their all. So they know a basics. They've like done enough studying that they have discovered a pre-existing spell that wizards of different worlds and generations have cast, but it's not Ancestral Recall or like Replenish level, right? It's Rampant Growth. It's so cool. It's so fitting. Damn, isn't Magic the Gathering a cool game? Anyways, next up we have Captain Picard. This one's kind of interesting. I do think Rampant Growths are a little underexplored or underplayed in the year 2026 in Canadian Highlander. I'd like to try more versions of Scapeshift that go ham on the Rampant Growths. I want to try Jund Scapeshift. I think Jund Scapeshift might be kind of cool. With like a Reanimator package and stuff. Yeah, it's nice that like they have to get rid of it. If they could just let you Rampant Growth, but pay 1 mana, it's chilling. You know what I'm going to do immediately afterwards. Or the way that prepared works is that it enters prepared. So I cast this, they pass priority, it's in play, I have priority, I then get to Rampant Growth here. That's pretty cool. Vastwillan's Scavenger. 1 green for a 4/4 Death Touch Bear Druid. This creature enters prepared. And its spell is Bind to Life. 4 and a green for an instant. You mill 7 cards, and then you can put a creature card from among them into play. Yeah, this card's pretty good. I mean, it's a big ass bear. 4/4 Death Touch is really annoying. I could see this in like a Green X mid-range deck. Maybe like a lands deck, like a Rihanna mid-range deck. The green can be a little tough in terms of pips, But like, I don't know, dog. You got ways to figure it out. 4/4 is really annoying. 4/4 Death Touch is really, really annoying. If you've ever seen me play Cube, or if you've ever played Canlander against Sentinel of the Nameless City, you know how annoying 4 toughness is, especially off of an elf. This card's just going to be able to slam, and then on like once you get 5 mana, you just crack this, right? It's like if you get to 5 mana and this card's in play, they go to kill this because they can't have this around on the board for long. Then you respond and you cast the Bind to Life and you find a replacement. Or you just end of their turn, you cast this Bind to Life and they're like, fuck, I got to deal with this. So they do, then you untap and you kill them. Cool card. Wild Growth Archaic. 2-bird green for a 0/0 avatar with Trample and Reach and Converge. Enters with a 1/1 counter on it for each color of mana spent to cast it, much like the red one. And whenever you cast a creature spell, that creature enters with an additional X 1/1 counters on where X is number of colors of mana to spend it. I mean, I poo-pooed this in the set review, which is not out yet, but just note that I poo-pooed this. I really need to see something special for counters for me to really want to talk about it again, you know? Like, you have to show me another Luminarch Aspirant, basically. Like a 2-drop. I need you to be like, this is like Gruminarch Aspirant because it grew up and it's bigger, and it's like green, white, 2/2 Luminarch Aspirant text. I need more of these like on rate cards to justify dipping into these weirdo cards, you know? Yavimaya Bloom Sage. Damn, this artwork goes hard. 2 and a green for a 2/2 Dryad Druid that says at the beginning of your end step, you put a 1/1 counter on a target creature you control. Then, if that creature has power 7 or greater, this creature becomes prepared. And its prepared spell is Channel. Green sorcery until end of turn. Anytime you could activate a mana ability, you can pay 1 life, and if you do, add a mana. That's so funny. I haven't actually read the updated version of Channel. This card's not Canlander playable. That's so many steps to go through to Channel. Channel is already a card that is like a little tough to play in Canlander. I think it's quite good to play in Canlander, and I've been having a lot of fun and success playing it in Canlander. Same artist as the Regrowth Amir. Oh, I got blindsided by Final Fantasy art and Spider-Man. No, give me the good. I mean, some of this art's actually pretty good. It's not my taste. Oh, yeah. I really like their artwork. They got some good shit. I take it all back. Yeah, play Channel in Canlander. That card's great. On to gold. We got some wild stuff. Conciliator's Duelist. White, black for a 4/3 core warlock. When this creature enters, you draw a card and each player loses 1. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature, exile up to 1 target creature. Return that creature to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. Oh, it's so sad. I think this card has a lot of good going for it, and I can like envision the deck list to play it in. But like that 3 toughness it just makes it such a tough sell, you know? Like the mana cost is real bad. Don't get me wrong. But if it had a little more defense, I could see this being one of your 4-drops in like black-white, that black-white like initiative blink deck I was talking about. Because it just gives you an extra draw and drain on all your targets. You target one thing to protect it, it triggers and hits something else. Damn, the crows are freaking out outside. Yeah, I could see this doing something. Okay. I don't want to spoil too much of my enjoyment about this card. You'll just need to watch part 2 of the set review when it comes out. But defacing Duskmage, defacing is so funny too because your face is a dog's face. White and a black for a 2/2 dog warlock. Great type line. With Death Touch. And whenever an opponent draws their second card each turn, this creature becomes prepared. Its spell is Vandal's Edit. 1 white and a black for an instant. Draw 2 cards. Each one loses 2 life. Okay, so this card's a hard one to evaluate. I just don't know where I'd play it because Vandal's Edit is a very powerful spell. But my opponent needs to draw a second card each turn in order for this to get prepared. It doesn't come into play prepared. They need to draw additional cards, which is very commander coded. Each player, not each opponent. Whenever an opponent, you draw 2 cards and each player loses 2 life. I'm fairly certain I said that. If I didn't say it, that's what I meant. And you should have been able to intuit that. Do better. Got your ass. It's just hard to get this card prepared. It does kind of sit around. It's annoying to deal with. Vandal's Edit just gets it popping, though. I love drawing cards and making my opponent lose life. Even if I lose life. I can't stop looking at its face. All right, I'll move on. Fix What's Broken. 2 white and a black for a sorcery. As an additional cost to cast the spell, you pay X life. Return each artifact and creature card with mana value X from your graveyard to play. If you would like to hear how I feel about this card, you're just going to have to wait for the set review. You're going to have to wait for part 2 of the set review. It's a good time. Killian, Decisive Mentor. 1 white and a black for a legendary human warlock. Whenever an enchantment you control enters, tap up to 1 target creature and goad it. Okay. Whenever one or more creatures that are enchanted by an aura you control attack, draw a card. I mean, honestly, like, enchantment entering, tapping down their creatures, and then drawing cards is not bad. It's just, we don't really have a deck that's looking to do this, basically. We don't really have, like a good enchantment aggro deck, basically. And the one that people really like to play doesn't really dip into black. Cool card, though. Yes, I hear you, Mulder. Moment of Reckoning. You're going to have to trust me. This card's Moment of Reckoning. 3 white, white, black, black for a sorcery. Choose up to 4. You can choose the same mode more than once. Destroy a non-land permanent or return a non-land permanent from your graveyard to play. Let me blow up my opponent's lands. It's 7 mana in standard. Let me blow up their lands. Please? Nita, Forum Conciliator. If you need a Forum Conciliator, I got one to trade you. 1 white and a black for a 2/3 legendary human artificer. Whenever you cast a spell you don't own, you put a 1/1 counter on each creature you control. Pay 2 generic, sack another creature, exile target instant or sorcery from an opponent's graveyard. You can cast this spell, and mana of any type can be spent to cast it. And if that spell's put into the graveyard, you exile it instead. Very weird card. Needs a lot to go well. Very cool commander card. Not a card I want to play here. Very weird cards. Scriv the Obligator. 2 black and a white for a 2/3 legendary inkling bird with flying and death touch. And whenever Scriv enters or attacks, you create a white aura enchantment token named Contract attached to target creature that opponent controls. The token has enchant creature. Whenever an enchanted creature attacks, it gets so bad in 1v1. So bad in 1v1. Really cool design. I like the design of the bird. That's so funny. On to our first charm. Silver Quill Charm. White and a black for an instant. You choose one. Put 2 1/1 counters on target creature. Exile target creature with power 2 or less. And each opponent loses 3 and you gain 3. I'm very excited to have charms with 2026 design considerations. That's pretty exciting. This one's a little weird. White black is such a weird color combination in our format. Like white black X is maybe okay. I don't really play a lot of white black D&T. I tend to prefer mono white. I imagine this card's okay in white black D&T or white black X. Like 2 mana, make your thing bigger to win combat, to push damage, to save your thing. Exile basically any creature they have is kind of nice. And then like 2 mana, get around your 1 ring, hopefully to kill you. Also kind of nice. Basically, when you're evaluating charms and modal spells like this, you need to look at them as like, is there a mode that I can always play and I am okay playing, right? Is it Charm is a great example of like, is there a mode on Is It Charm that I'm always okay doing? And it's like, yeah, Careful Study's okay. Because if Is It Charm isn't doing something other than looting, and you don't have anything else to use your mana on, then maybe there's a world where you just want to Is It Charm and find something you do want to use your mana on. And this one technically has a mode that you can do it at any time, which is just Lightning Helix to the Dome, which is very funny. I think that's okay. I think I've started to like this card a little bit more. I just like outside of Orzhov D&T, and even then, do I want to play this? Because I feel like that's a deck that at this point, it's like non-creature cards are kind of locked in, and now you get to pick your creatures. Do I need this card or do I want this card? I don't know. Might be worth trying out. This one's really weird. It's also kind of mean. This cat in the background is so funny. I don't believe that's a Johnny, but I like to pretend that it's a Johnny. Like, why is a Johnny bullying this teenager? Social Snub. 1 white and a black for a sorcery. When you cast a spell while you control a creature, you can copy the spell. And it says, each player sacrifices a creature of their choice, and each opponent loses 1, and you gain 1. So if you have a creature, this is 3 mana, each player sacks 2 creatures, and they lose 2, you gain 2. It's kind of awkward because, like, I could see this card being... This card is at its best when you have exactly 1 creature, right? Like, if I could sack my Garrison Cat, but not my Carrion Feeder or my Blood Artist, that's ideal. I think it's just too much. I hate this card's art, not because of the art, but because it's literally triggering flashbacks to school. You were also bullied by a giant cat and a vampire? I mean, I'm not here to make light of bullying. I'm the premier anti-bullying pilot of the format. Name one other content creator that starred in anti-bullying campaign videos. You can't. I'd call a lot of my bullies vampires. I can't believe you're getting bullied by a big cat, a gay dude, a vampire, and the girl with the best hair on campus. Cool card. I don't think it's going to see much play, but yeah. Color Storm Stallion. 1 blue and a red for an elemental horse. It's a 3/3 with ward 1 and haste. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, this creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. And if 5 or more mana was spent to cast that spell, you create a token that's a copy of this creature. I mean, I am a sucker for a 3 mana 3/3 haste. Ward 1's pretty cool. Um, 3/3s, they're big, but they don't challenge the board as well as they used to. I do like that it basically just has like, you know, prowess. Obviously not for everything. It's not non-creature. So casting a Bauble or a Moxen isn't going to help you out. But casting a cantrip, casting a burn spell is going to pump it louder. Ward 1 is annoying. I could see myself playing it. Actually, the best way that I could put this is I can see myself sleeving this up in a deck. Like a blue-red prowess deck. I'm actually, you know what? I was about to literally just say what I say in the North 100 set review, but I'll say it here. I wonder if there's a world where like a blue-red tempo, blue-red, maybe not blue-red prowess, but you just look to playing like a blue-red cauldron maybe is better. Like I'm not talking about like the Windy DeCarlo, I play 17 lands tempo deck. I'm talking about no shade Windy. But like I'm talking about the like, what if for like an Is It Corey Steel Cutter style deck where we put a lot of our points into Moxen. Like we're on like Sapphire, Ruby, and then like, I don't know, Dig, Cruise, Tameo, and like One Ring or something. Or even like a Time Walk spread. We play Time Walk, like Time Walk Mystical, Dig, Cruise, Tameo. That's kind of sexy. Like just more, just like, a little more oomph, you know, just a little more oomph. Oh yeah, True Name could be played in that too. I don't know. Time Walk just got its points reduced. There's plenty of experimentation to look at. Or yeah, maybe we played in like a Jeskai deck. Jeskai Mantis Rider? Maybe like a Rugs, like not Simic Slaw, but Temur Slaw. I mean, I feel like that deck might have too many creatures. But it might be interesting to look at. I don't know. I want to like this card. I would have gone bananas for this card 10 years ago, but, you know. Oh, I don't know if I read this card. Inspired Sky Painter, blue and a red for a Lizard Wizard, a 2/2 flying creature. When this creature enters, and whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, this creature becomes prepared. And its prepared spell is called Maestro's Gift. 3 blue and a red for a sorcery that you make a token that's a copy of target creature you control. That token gains haste. Okay. I don't actually hate this. It is a wizard. I love wizards. Don't quote that. Actually, no, quote that. Quote that. Please, for the love of God, don't fire me. 2 power flying. That ability can just kill people. It's a sorcery, which is a little bit of a pisser. But like, you can push some damage. You can push some big ass damage. It's kind of nice. Like you'll just get to a point as well where you're like, oh, I'm running out of things to do. I'll pay 5 mana to make a token that's a copy of the Sky Painter. I'll hit you for 4 in the air. Both those creatures become prepared. And then next turn, I get to do it again. I just get every turn. I just pay 5 to get a new token. The token doesn't go away. So you just get to keep, you know, using your mana to buff up your stuff if you're not drawn into anything else to do. This is a card in 2 of the best colors in the game with all upside. So just kind of finding a spot for it. Maybe like a blue-red skies. Who knows? Wow. Muddle the Ever-Changing. Okay. Go to talk about a good card instead. Prismari Charm. Blue and a red for an instant. Choose 1. Surveil 2, then draw a card. Okay. Prismari Charm deals 1 damage to each of 1 or 2 targets, excuse me. Okay. Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Okay. Yeah, I'm playing this in Storm. Playing this in blue-red combo decks. Playing this in Reanimator. Playing this in... I don't know if you'd try this out in Jeskai. Blue-red's kind of nice. Probably not. The slots in that deck are so goddamn competitive. How do you pronounce her name? Incognite. So 2 mana, instant speed, surveil 2, draw a card. That's deliberate, and that's fine. That's a good card to have as a part of a modal spell. You're excited. You'll always be able to do something. So already we have found the like, hey, this is the mode you do whenever you can do it. If you got nothing else to do and you want to spend your mana. And what it does is replaces itself and fills your graveyard and stuff. Great. Step 2, 1 damage to each of 1 or 2 targets. The fact that you can go to the board is kind of funny. The fact that you can clear up some tokens, gets rid of Ocelot Pride, gets rid of Thalia, some Orcish Bowmasters, whatever, kind of nice. The fact that it can also just target your Screaming Nemesis and then trigger it and shoot them for 1 and bye-bye life gain. And then the final one is just fuck your opposition agent, bruv. Get that Archon of Emeria out of here. I'm trying to kill you. And last but not least, and this sounds like I'm taking the piss, but like it pitches to Force of Will and Fury and Pyrokinesis. Like blue-red is insane. A blue-red card is insane. Like anything that just gets the free spells going. If this had a line of text that said, this also counts as a white card, it would... Whoa! No, this card's quite good. Quite good. Prismari the Inspiration. 5 blue and a red for a legendary creature, Elder Dragon. With flying, ward pay 5 life, and instants and sorcery spells you cast have storm. Okay, hear me out. We cast Dragonstorm. We grab Prismari the Inspiration. And we cast Hoarding Broodlord. Or we get them off Dragonstorm. And then Hoarding Broodlord finds Reckless Abandon. And then we convoke Reckless Abandon, sacrificing Prismari. Or sorry, tapping Prismari, sacrificing Hoarding Broodlord. Storm Trigger. Boom. Take 12. Okay, it needs some work. It needs some work. It needs some work. I don't know. Cool card. Ward 5 life is... All right. Oh, okay. Does that work? Yeah, why not? Resonating Loot. 2 blue and a red for an artifact, High Mulder, that says, lands in control have tap, add 2 mana of any one color. Spend this mana only to cast instants and sorcery spells. And then it has tap, draw a card, activate only if you have 7 or more cards in your hand. I love Library of Alexandria because it's a land. Can you believe that Library of Alexandria adds mana? That part always gets me. You could tap that shit for mana if you need to. Like, what are we talking about? This costs 4. Casualty doesn't copy if you sack the white-black dragon for casualty. What? Who's talking about the white-black dragon? We cast we play the Broodlord. We cast it tapping this and we sack the Broodlord as an additional cost. And then it storms off. Yeah, library just taps for mana. I like Rutha, but you're so expensive. And not super impactful. Okay. Sanar, Unfinished Genius. Red and a blue for an 0/4 legendary goblin sorcerer. It enters prepared and has an activated ability that says tap, create a treasure token, activate only if you've cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn. The prepared spell is called Wild Idea. 3 blue and a red, sorcery. Search your library for an instant or sorcery card, reveal it, put it into your hand. I like this card. I am going to consider playing this card in Scapeshift. It is an 0/4. It doesn't do anything on ETB. It's a legendary creature without an ETB. That's tough, but that's okay. We'll figure it out. I think if you can get this card, like, I don't think it's magical Christmas land to say that if you can get this card in a deck that is casting cheap spells, cantrips and whatnot, you will be able to repeatedly make treasure tokens and then have a cash out. It gets to block pretty well. You get to repeatedly make treasure tokens by playing your deck. And then you have a cash out to find whatever card your deck's built around. Could be Scapeshift, could be Time Walk, whatever. I think that's pretty cool. I'd be interested in trying this card out. My only issue is this sorcery bullshit that they've gotten up to. Stop it. Stop it. Why? Just make it a wizard, dog. Don't make it a wizard, dog. I'm okay with it being a goblin, but you know. Splatter technique. 1 blue, blue, red, red for a sorcery. You choose one, draw 4 cards. Splatter technique deals 4 damage to each creature and planeswalker. I feel like for 5 mana, dealing 4 damage just isn't going to cut it. Oculus doesn't die. CZDZ that Explorer doesn't die. Barrel Quaif's not dying. Not enough. Not enough. And 5 mana draw 4 at sorcery speed for that mana cost. I got Lorien revealed, baby. I don't need you. Traumatic Critique. X blue and a red for an instant. Deal X damage to any target. Draw 2 cards and discard a card. It's kind of cool that this is just instant speed, draw 2, discard a card. I think that is legitimately good. At instant speed, in these colors, I think that's legitimately all right. And then dealing X to any targets. Like, it's so funny that this still, you get goozled by Orcish Bowmasters and Hull Breacher still. Yeah, this is, her name is Okami, or whatever the meme is. But like, I could see this, playing this in a deck that just wants to dump like some mana, shoot something and draw a couple of cards. I could also just see this as playing it for instant speed, draw 2, discard 1. That's not bad. That's cheap. Another 2 mana draw spell. Great. The artist should also, yeah, the flavor text I like, but I kind of like changing the interpretation a little bit of, because what they're saying is the artist should suffer for their craft, not the audience. Like an implication that what this Prismari student has done causes the audience to suffer, which one, no, I think that there are pieces personally, not to backseat this dragon professor, but I think there are plenty of incredible pieces of artwork that cause the audience to suffer in some way, shape, or form. Number 2, I don't think suffering should be a prerequisite for creating art. Not all art comes from suffering. And number 3, I think there's a more interesting read on this of, like, if you just make it that the artist should suffer for their craft, not the audience, of like, you, the artist, if they are going to be put into a state of suffering, right? Of dealing with this shit, of pushing through adversity or whatever. They should be doing it for their art itself and not for the audience, right? Like the opposition that you will suffer under is peanuts compared to the spiritual, like, nourishment of art because it's nourishing for you, not the audience. Like, basically it's saying fuck the audience. And I will always say fuck the audience. Not you though, Twitch chat. I love you and you're all beautiful and smart. Titanic Bark for the 68th, or sorry, for the 33rd month, excuse me. Glad to have you. Good to see you. How you doing? How you been? Thank you so much for all the support. Hope you're doing well. Buddha said that all existence is suffering. Yeah, you're telling me. Yeah, you're telling me, pal. Vibrant Outburst. Blue and a red for an instant. Deals 3 damage to any target. Tap up to 1 target creature. Damn, I can't wait to build a blue-red deck that just kills a motherfucker. Tap your blocker down. Deal 3 to you. I'll just take an Incinerate that I can pitch to Force Will. An Incinerate I can Merchant Scroll for. Wow. I'm just a sucker for an Incinerate. That's all. Yeah, also, like, tap your thing, blow up your other creature. Lamau. Tap that Barrowgoyf, kill the other creature I can kill. Tap your Barrowgoyf 3 to the dome, push for lethal. Not bad, not bad. Really nasty to Snapcaster Mage, by the way. Really nasty. Purple. Visionary's Dance. 5 blue and a red for a sorcery that says create 2/3/3 blue-red elemental tokens with flying. Then it has pay 2, discard this card. Look at the top 2 cards of your library. 1 goes into your hand, the other into your graveyard. This is, I guess, replacing like the treasure activation on Prismari cards from the original Strixhaven. That's kind of cool. Uncounterable, like looking at your stuff. It's Wave of Babies, right? Waker Waves. That's kind of cool. This card costs 7 mana. Is there a way that I could cheat this out and then play? Wait, hold on. During each of your turns, you can cast an instant or sorcery spell from your hand without paying its mana cost. I mean, yeah, we could cheat Zephyr into play and then cast Enter the Infinite. That's kind of hot. Or Peer Through the Abyss. That's kind of hot. Black Loafing Pest. 1 black and a green for a 3/4 legendary pest. Whenever you gain life, you put a 1/1 counter on each pest, bat, insect, snake, and spider. Despite Blex's passing, Witherbloom students still continued the tradition of a yearly search in his honor. His son, however, took little effort to find. R.I.P. Blex. You would have loved Street Fighter 6. It's so big. This is a massive a Johnny's Pride mate. Like, if I mean, it being a Legend's a little tough, but if I ever go to build Abzan Soul Sisters again, maybe I'll consider this. I love how it's loafing. Cauldron of Essence. 1 black green for an artifact. Whenever a creature you control dies, each opponent loses 1 and gain 1. And then pay 1 black and a green, tap sack a creature, return target creature from your graveyard to play. Activate only as a sorcery. This is like a Bastion of Remembrance that also just has a recurring nightmare style of effects. If you're in a green version of Aristocrats, I could maybe see trying this out. It doesn't come with a body, but that ability is pretty powerful. It's less powerful because you're just kind of shifting, like, what if I turned a token into a 2-mana creature or a 3-mana creature? Well, who knows? Maybe you can get a little kinky with it. Do something else. Give it a shot. Yeah. I'm not as excited about this card as certain Serge Jaggers are, but you know, it's not my version of doing this is basically where I'm at. You know what I mean? Dina, Essence Brewer. 1 black and a green for a legendary Dryad Druid. Whenever you sacrifice a creature, you draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. Pay 2, tap, sack another creature. You gain X life, put X counters on target creature control, where X is the sack creature's power. I really like this artwork of Dina. Pretty incredible. Drawing a card each turn on sacrifice is not great. I mean, we have the like Grim Haruspecs and the Midnight Reapers and whatnot. I don't actually think that's the direction you want to go into Kratz. Like, I think you want your draw spells to be attached to like your Village Rites and your Deadly Disputes, or like Yawgmoth. And instead of draw spells, you're mostly just kind of churning through your deck with like Malevolent Rumbles and Skull Clamp and that kind of thing. So these kind of effects, I'm pretty low on them in Kratz, and this being attached to a legend makes it a little worse. But yeah, great art. Dina's Guidance. 1 black and a green for an instant. Search your library for a creature card, reveal it, put it in your hand or graveyard, then shuffle. That's kind of cool. It is 3 mana. 3 mana's a lot of mana for this. But instant speed, tutoring up a creature, or entombing a creature is kind of nice. I imagine Flash Hulk will give this a shot. I mean, it's 3 mana, but like instant speed's kind of huge for that deck, right? I like that this is a niche thing about Flash Hulk too, is like if you're on like a version with footsteps, being able to entomb this and then footsteps as a way to flash it out, it's kind of cool. Also lets you play entomb in that deck. 3 mana. I wonder if three mana is probably too much for things that aren't dedicated creature decks, you know, or dedicated combo decks. Excuse me. It's probably a bit too much for that. I can maybe see this getting some play in like the Rector deck too. This is a tough nut to crack. It's a tutor. Tutors are good. 3 mana. It's a lot of mana. Eccentric Pest Finder. 4 mana 5/5 Troll Druid with Trample. Beginning of each end step, if you gain life this turn, creature becomes prepared. And its spell is Turn Stones. For a green and a black. For each opponent, you make a 1/1 pest. A bit too commander coded for me. Each end step is kind of interesting though. Makes you wish that this was an instant, you know, you're like, oh, I got the thing, so I'll make another thing, and then it just keeps getting prepared. Essence Knit Scholar. Black green hybrid green for a Dryad Warlock that says when this creature enters, you make a 1/1 black green pest token with when it attacks, you gain 1. At the beginning of your end step, if a creature died under your control this turn, draw a card. And it's a 3/1. This card is kind of insane. This is one that I'm a little more interested in than the Midnight Reaper kind of cards. Mostly because it brings a body. And it doesn't care about token or non-token. Just like coming with a body, not caring about token or non-token is kind of nice. 1 toughness is a little rough, but 3 power is kind of nice. I still think I stand by what I said, and that I'm more interested in not playing these cards, but if I'm going to give one a shot, I would probably consider this one. Insane and limited, by the way. My PPR deck had 2 of them. Gorma the Gullet. 1 black and a green for a legendary Pest Frog. She's a 1/1 with lifelink. Whenever another creature you control dies, you put a 1/1 counter on Gorma. And non-token creatures you control enter with an additional 1/1 counter on it for each creature that died under your control this turn. That's really cool. That's a really cool ability. Not playable in Canlander, but great art, great name, very interesting text. I like that. Brain Fist for the 20th month, almost 7 bolts old. You won't believe what I'm going to get you for your 21st month. It's 7 lightning bolts to the dome. GG, shake my hand. A moral bargain, excuse me. 1 black and a green for a sorcery. Additional cost to cast a spell, you sack X permanents, and you destroy X non-land permanents. A bit too expensive, a bit too steep. This can play out kind of like a 3-mana Wrath in the right deck, but when it doesn't do that, you feel terrible. You can only sacrifice creatures as well. That's a little tough. This card's kind of funny. Mind Roots. Haha. 1 black and a green for a sorcery. Target player discards 2 cards, and you put up to 1 land card discarded this way onto the battlefield under your control. That's kind of funny. Just a mind rot that takes one of their lands. Yeah, incredible art. Elliot Lang. I think Elliot Lang did... Yeah. This Essence Scatter. They got great art. They really stepped it up for the artwork in this set. And there are a lot of artists that are not new, but not ones that I see all the time being used. That's kind of funny. Professor Delian Fell. 2 black and a green for a 5 loyalty legendary planeswalker Delian. +2, you gain 3 life. 0, draw a card and lose a life. -3, destroy a creature. And -6, you get an emblem with whenever you gain life, target opponent loses that much life. It's really interesting that we went back to intro deck planeswalkers. I think there's a bit of a typo though, because they put this intro deck planeswalker into the main set. Guilds of Ravnica called. It wants its planeswalker back. I like that it survives an attack from Glorybringer. I don't know. There's so many jokes to be made about this card. It's not that this card's... I mean, I don't think this card's good. But, like... I'm so curious about what led to this card existing. It's so safe. It's so safe. It's just... Huh. Yeah. I don't know. Teacher's Pest. Black and a green for a 1/1 skeleton pest with menace. Whenever this creature attacks, you gain 1 life. You can pay a green and a black to return it from the battlefield, or from the graveyard to the battlefield tapped. It's kind of just a... It's kind of a reassembling skeleton. That's kind of cute. I like that it gains life. I like that it has menace. That's really annoying, but it is just kind of reassembling skeleton. Reassembling skeleton, really slow. Coming into play taps, tough sell. I think I talked about this card in the set review a little too positively, mostly because it's just a cutie. Vicious Rivalry. 2 black and a green for a sorcery. As an additional cost to cast a spell, pay X life. Destroy all artifacts and creatures with mana value X or less. That's kind of cool. Little too expensive on both accounts, honestly. But like, yeah, this will fuck things up. It's just 4 mana and a lot of life. Witherbloom Charm. Black and a green for an instant. Choose 1. You can sacrifice a permanent. If you do, draw 2 cards. You gain 5 life. Or destroy target non-land permanent with mana value 2 or less. It's so funny. Because, like, again, what's the version of this that you're always going to want to use? And I think in the decks you include it, it's likely just sack a permanent, draw 2 cards. Like, crack a food, draw 2 cards. Sack a token that was made, draw 2 cards. You know, sack a cheap creature, something that you don't care if it dies, draw 2 cards. But even that requires you to have very specific board setup, and also just like the time in the game where you want to get rid of it or whatever. Being able to blow up an on-land permanent with 2 or less, it's kind of nice. Just kills a lot of cheap creatures that are real annoying. And can also hit like a Mox or a Skull Clamp or whatever. My favorite part of this is just gain 5. Really funny. I mean, that will save you. It will like it will flip expectations of damage. Like there's something to that one. It's secretly the one where you're like, oh, they'll never play around it. You know? Witherbloom the Balancer. 6 black green for a legendary Elder Dragon. Affinity for creatures. Flying Death Touch. Instants and sorceries you cast have affinity for creatures. No, I'm good. I played blue and black at the PPR. I opened this card as my foil. I did not play this card in my PPR deck. Thanks for listening. Thanks for tuning in. It's just way too expensive, and it's like, hey, dog, if you have a shitload of creatures in play, you get to play a shitload of creatures. You get to play a bigger thing, right? You play your shitload of creatures, you get to play your big thing, then you get to use a shitload of creatures to play spells, and then you lose to a Wrath of God. Hell yeah. Arc of Hunger. Dog box. 2 red and a white for an artifact that says whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, this artifact deals 1 damage to each opponent and you gain 1 life. Tap, mill a card. You can play that card this turn. Kind of an interesting magic card. All upside, all gravy. I wonder if this is going to show up in Big Boros, because it does just draw you an extra card each turn and also just slowly drains them, and also is an artifact for like Mox Opal and stuff. I think it's likely a bit too slow. This is such a cool card to play in Commander, but yeah, does something neat. That's an interesting line of text. Aziza Mage Tower Captain. Oh, this is right. This is the whatever the Quidditch thing is. Red and a white for a legendary Djinn Sorcerer. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, you can tap 3 and tap creatures you control, and if you do, copy that spell. That's so many fucking creatures. That's so many creatures. Jesus. But that's pretty powerful on a 2-drop. Not for our format. Also, nice bicep. Excava, the Risen Past. 2 red and a white for a legendary Spirit Horse with flying and haste. And whenever Excava attacks, you return up to 1 target artifact, creature, or non-aura enchantment card, mana value 3 or less, from your graveyard to play with the finality counter on it. It's a 1/1 spirit with flying in addition to its other types. I think this card is closer than you'd think. Like, being able to rebuy something is legitimately powerful. Being able to attack the turn it hits play, also quite nice. If the creature was put into play tapped and attacking, then maybe we could see it really starting to ramp up damage to even consider it. But because it's just like such a low amount of damage that comes with all these vulnerabilities, I don't think I'm into it, especially when you think of the other 4 drops that are played in these colors. You know. Hardened Academic. Red and a white for a 2/1 bird cleric with flying and haste. It has discard a card. This creature gains lifelink until end of turn. Whenever 1 or more cards leave your graveyard, you put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. This is a card that is really cool if you build a Lorehold deck. I mean, we just don't really have the density in our format to make this reasonable, basically. Flying in haste on 2 is okay. But, like, you just need to... in order... Like, am I playing this over the 2-drops available in this format? Which, may I remind you, is everything that has ever been printed, basically. No, I'm not playing this card. Lorehold Archivist. 1 red and a white for a Dwarf Artificer with first strike. At the beginning of your upkeep, if there are 3 or more artifacts and or creature cards in your graveyard, this card becomes prepared. And its spell is Restore Relic. Exile target artifact or creature card from your graveyard. You make a token that's a copy. A little slow, a little vulnerable, powerful effect, but not for our format. Fuck this card. Lorehold Charm. Red and a white for an instant. You choose 1. Each opponent sacrifices a non-token artifact of their choice. Return target artifact or creature with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Creatures you control get +1/+1 and gain trample until end of turn. Oh my god. Stop. I killed your Ocelot Pride or your Guide of Souls or your Orcish Bowmasters or your Thalia or your Inti, or maybe you discarded some of those cards off your Inti. Great. It's back in play. I thought I had good blocks. Oh, you idiot. You forgot to play around the charge. You forgot to play around blowing you out with +1/+1 and trample. That's cool. Yeah, getting back Time Vault at your end step, getting back a key. But the part that really stings is I have grown to enjoy the bridges in Canadian Highlander. The Modern Horizons 2 bridges. Not to pop or post, but I like the Modern Horizons 2 bridges in my artifact combo decks. I'm not playing a ton of them. I mean, in the Timmy Tinker, I'm playing 3. In Citadel Storm, I occasionally play 1. I've played up to 3 in previous versions, depending on how heavy on the artifact theme I am. And now I'm punished. I'm punished for playing a tap land. Literally for playing a tap land that I'm playing to not get punished. I think bridges are actually a lot better than I initially expected. It took me a couple of years because, like, there's nothing better in an artifact deck than to reliably have access to artifacts. And so if I'm like, hey, you're not going to wasteland me, and if I get 2 mana, I'm unlocking other mana because I'm an artifact deck. I got mana acceleration. I got tutors. I got Moxen. I got whatever. So like usually if I lead on a bridge and then turn 2, I play a talisman. I play a signet, or I go normal land plus Chromox plus 3 mana tutor for my card. Even if you then blow up my land, I can hit another land and cast that 3 mana card I tutored for, right? Like I tutor for Tinker or whatever. The bridges have been kind of nice. But fuck, my bad. I was just trying to play the game. And now I have to sacrifice my bridge to this Lorehold Charm. Really good charm. Holy shit. Lorehold the Historian. 3 red and a white for a legendary Elder Dragon with flying and haste. Each instant and sorcery in your hand has Miracle. At the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, you can discard a card, and if you do, draw a card. God, I want to play this card so badly. It is not good enough in Canadian Highlander, unfortunately. I can't believe I'm saying this, and this is embarrassing, but I think I want to make a Lorehold the Historian Commander deck. I had a Velomachus Lorehold deck, but apparently bracket 3 playing says on the tin is too good, so I took it apart. But this 30 Dragons approach? No. No, I want to play really funny shit to help my opponents. Like, I want to play shit that says, like, creatures enter the battlefield, have haste this turn, or whatever. I want to play wacky cards to be like, I'll target this thing, but you got to promise not to attack me. And they go, sold. Suspend aggression. 1 red and a white for an instant. Exile target non-land permanent in the top card of your library. For each of those cards, its owner may play it until an end of their next turn. This is kind of bad. It's It's kind of bad. It's kind of cool if you target your own 2 things, but it's kind of bad. That's a good yellow. Chris Martin after the recording session. That's a good yellow. Me when I forget the name of this fruit I'm eating. Applied Geometry. 2 green and a blue for a sorcery. Create a token that's a copy of target non-aura permanent you control, except it's a 0/0 fractal creature token in addition to its other types. Put 6 counters on it. That's a lot of fucking counters, but that's also a lot of mana. These kind of cards are always a little awkward. It's like, hey, if you have this thing that's pretty cool, what if you had this thing again? You're like, okay. But not in like the clone way. You know? Cool card. I mean, this card was pretty good and limited, but you know, I didn't even know this card existed. What the hell is this? Berta Wise Extrapolator. 2 green and a blue for a legendary frog druid. It's a 1/4 with increment. Whenever you add 1 or more 1/1 counters, whenever 1 or more 1/1 counters are put on Berta, add 1 mana of any color. And you can pay X and tap, make a fractal token. Okay. I like the art. I like the frog. Geometers. Arthropod. Why? When I said geometer, it felt wrong. Geometers. Americans be like, geometer. Green and a blue for a 1/4 fractal crab. Whenever you cast a spell with X in its mana cost, you look at the top X cards of your library. 1 goes in your hand, the rest on the bottom. Right, I opened 2 of these. And I'm playing none of them. All right, moving on. Mind into Matter. X green and a blue for a sorcery. You draw X cards and then can put a permanent with mana value X or less from your hand onto the battlefield. Wait a minute, this is just ramp. You could just play blue and a green to put a... Huh. Do I like this card? Would I play this in Scape Shift? 3 mana, like, Explorer is not the nicest thing in the world, but it's reasonable. I mean, it's kind of funny if I do this for 3 and I put, like, an Oko into play. I might try this in Scape Shift. It's kind of neat. Unlikely to be, you know, good for long-term use, but it's got some play to it. Primo the Unbounded. X green green blue for a 0/0 legendary fractal wolf with trample. Primo enters with twice X 1/1 counters. Whenever one or more creatures you control with base power 0 deal combat damage to a player, you make a 0/0 fractal and put a number of 1/1 counters on it equal to the damage. Well, that's cool. Primo Triskelion .deck. Mods. Make it happen. I don't know why I called out to mods like they're butlers. Mods? Hi, Mulder. Ooh, Danny Schwartz. I like Danny Schwartz's art. Proctor's Gaze. 2 green and a blue for an instant. Return up to 1 target online permanent to its owner's hand. Search your library for a basic land card. Put into play tapped. That's kind of interesting. It's very expensive. I think it's likely too expensive to see any kind of play. Rampant growth attached to get rid of that is interesting. I would have gone bonkers for this card 10 years ago, but I think it's just a little too slow for our format now. Not a little too slow, a lot too slow. Who am I kidding? Quandrix Charm. Green and a blue for an instant. Choose 1. Counter a spell unless its controller pays 2. Destroy an enchantment or target creature has base power and toughness 5/5 until end of turn. Unfortunately, this is one of those charms that not only does it not have just like a use it whenever mode, but also blue and green is just not the best color combination to play. I'll try this out in my Bant Beans deck because like Quench is never really a card you want to play, but it's like fine in certain cases. That's why Miscalculation is reasonable. Because like when Quench does the Quench thing, you're like, damn, I quenched them. But when it doesn't, you're like, damn, I'm turning this into another Magic card. You don't really have that ability here, but you do have the ability to disenchant, which for Scape Shift or Bant Beans, yeah, I want to get rid of that Blood Moon. And having blue and green, those are the two colors that I want to find anyways. Like, especially if I know that I'm against like a Blood Moon deck, that's what I want to play around. Giving something 5/5 base power and toughness is a little weird. Like maybe it can line up a spot where I block with like an Ice Fang Coatl and blow them out. But I can't imagine it's doing too much of that. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Ooh. Quandrix, the Proof. 4 green and a blue for a legendary Elder Dragon 6/6 Flying Trample Cascade. Instants and sorcery spells you cast from your hand have Cascade from your hand. Oh, they won't let us have any fun. That's cool. It's another Cascade card from Mississippi River. Neat. Striding Shot Caller. Green and a blue for a 0/4 Troll Druid with Reach. Whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, this creature becomes prepared. And its prepared spell is Run the Play. Go run the set. First to 5 me. X, green and a blue for a sorcery. Put a 1/1 counter on up to each X. Wait. On each of up to X target creatures, excuse me. Those creatures gain flying, draw a card. You just, what? So like you need it. This is a very weird card. Oddly defensive, mana investment. Doesn't really do anything by itself. I mean, I guess it's the Shot Caller. He just kind of chills and says like, hey, you do that. That's kind of cool. Not for our format. Tam Observant Sequencer. 2 green and a blue for a legendary Gorgon Wizard with Landfall. It's a 4/3. Landfall says, whenever a land you control enters, Tam becomes prepared, and the spell is Deep Sight. Green and a blue for a sorcery. You draw a card and gain 1 life. I think if you're going to play one of these kind of like big, chunky, dies to everything legendary creatures in the lands combo deck, Tatiova Benthic Druid is just so much better. And I'm not just saying that because she's a fish woman. But like gaining a life, like Landfall, just gain a life, draw a card is just so much more guaranteed than having to cast a spell. I was trying to see if the artwork was a callback. Like I was like, she has like an orb or something, right? And it's not a direct callback, but you know, there's a lot of DNA shared between these two cards. So I'd rather play Tatiova because realistically you can only like play 1, and this requires additional mana investment. Zamone, Infinite Analyst. 1 green and a blue for a legendary human wizard. The first it's X spells. I'm good. Ooh, Brass Infiniscope. It's another Sisay's ring. That's not relevant anymore. Artifact Book? What the hell is this? Book? How did I not notice this? Why is there a book? Is there a card that cares about book? Book. It's just you? For now? Huh. Cool. 2 mana book. It's very expensive. Page Loose Leaf is kind of funny. That's cute. 2 mana legendary creature with Grandeur in a standard legal set. God. Using a time machine to go back in time, make a bet with somebody that Grandeur will be in standard again. It's a powerful grandeur thing. Grandeur ability. The Dawning Archaic. 10 mana for a legendary creature, Avatar. It's colorless. The spell costs 1 less to cast for each instant and sorcery in your graveyard. It has reach. It's a 7/7. And whenever the Dawning Archaic attacks, you can cast instant or sorcery from your graveyard without paying its mana cost. If that spell would be put into your graveyard, exile it instead. That's a lot of instants and sorceries you need in your yard to get this to do something, unfortunately. It does target, which is interesting. There might be a version of Dredge that can take advantage of this. But I don't know. Like, in Dredge, if I have enough instants and sorceries in my graveyard, casting this for 0 is kind of interesting. I wonder if there's like a world where we can like Dredge, get this back, have it attack, and then cast the spell. That would be better than just playing Lawlith Giant or the Death Touch mobilized creature, if you want to pay off like that. Because then you're playing this, but this is also just a 0 drop if you dredge well enough. But if you're dredging, you don't really want to exile, like you want to exile instants and sorceries. I don't know. Oath into this card's kind of funny. Yeah, you need to give this thing haste though. There's a 6 mana Converge spell. Target player draws X cards, deals X damage to any target, gain X life or X's number of color of mana spent to cast the spell. 5 mana, draw 5. This is just the Jeskai inspiration. Hold on. For 1 less mana in worse colors? Oh, this is the Cinderglade for black-white. Cinderglade for black-white might be okay. Black-white has some, I mean, like you like a bigger black-white deck maybe, but then you're playing a bigger black-white deck. Umbral Expanse, a black-white cycling land. That's kind of cool. Coastal Peak, red-blue cycling land. This one's great. It being an island and a mountain is insane. Cycling is okay. ETB tapped is okay for this. It's whatever, you know. I'm going to play this in Scape Shift. Island Mountain is so important for Mystic Sanctuary and Scape Shift. There's a cycle of dual lands, not played in Canadian Highlander, but I'll mention them because I like them quite a bit. When I learned about these lands a long time ago when I first saw the set, and I thought they were so cool. This land enters tapped unless your opponents control 8 or more lands. Fucking love that. Because they are lands that they're in the Commander product, so I'm going to talk about them in Commander. They are lands that if you were in seat 3 or 4, they are going to come into play untapped on your turn 3, or occasionally your turn 2 if other people have ramped. So like, if you're in the 4th slot and like if you're player D and A and B have played a ramp spell, then it's going to come into play untapped. But not if you're player 3. But if it's on turn 3, player 3 and 4 are going to have it come into play untapped. So it's just like, it's one of those things where when I initially heard it, I was like, 8 or more lands? Like, I wonder if that's going to be a little too like obvious. But then I thought it was funny because it tied, because it was from Strixhaven, and like there's the theme of 8 or more lands in the previous one. So I was like, oh, that's kind of neat. Anyways, I think they're really cool. And they have the land types too. Yeah, these are great for Commander. Love to see these. Great Hall of the Biblioplex. This is a land that taps for a colorless. This is a land that has tap, pay 1 life, add 1 mana of any color. Spend this mana only to cast an instant or sorcery spell. And has pay 5 generic. If this land isn't a creature, it becomes a creature. 2/4 wizard with whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, this creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn. It's still a land. I like this card in Storm. Starting town is quite good in Storm. City Brass, Mana Confluence, I play all those. This one adds colorless mana or
Mana of any color at the cost of 1 life, but only for instants and sorceries, and you'll never believe the kind of cards in my deck. Like, the only thing this doesn't do is cast Carpet of Flowers or the blue pip for Trinket Mage. Or Transmute. That's it. Those are pretty reasonable costs to fill anyways. And it's just an untapped rainbow land. It's an untapped rainbow land. I like that. Also, just there is a world where I'm gonna like end of your turn, pay 5, make this a creature, untap, do like a mini storm turn, and then kill you with my wizard land. Kind of neat. I think we missed this on the set review too, unfortunately. But, you know. And then Petrified Hamlet. This is a land. When it comes into play, you pick a land. You choose a land card name. And then activated abilities of sources with the chosen name can't be activated unless they're mana abilities. Lands with the chosen name have tap, add, colorless. And this has tap, add, colorless. That's pretty cool. Fuck your Caracas dog. To hell with your Mistrise village. Your shifting woodland can suck it. I'm sorry, Arena of Glory, but piss off. You will never have a Dark Depths. You will never be able... I'm trying to think of other ones. You'll never be able to wasteland me into the dirt. Arena of Glory still work? Shit, it's a mana ability. Fuck! Oh, no! Alright, card's bad. No, I don't mind this card. I would play this in... I would try this out in Mono White Death and Taxes. Maybe there's some other monocolored decks that can dip into colorless that wouldn't mind this card too. Anyways, that's Secrets of Strixhaven. I think this set is great. There are a ton of cards in this set that I'm very excited to play with across a variety of archetypes. The artwork's incredible. It feels so much like a Magic the Gathering set, and it's very much needed. I liked the individual cards from Turtles. I play them. They're good. They're fun. I play them in Canlander. I play them in Commander. I play them in Vintage Cube. But it's not nourishing. This is the kind of set that will make me decide to do very reckless things. Like play decks I shouldn't. Like experiment with decks that I'm going to go 3-1 with or 2-2 or some terrible record. And I kind of like that. It has me excited to brew. It has me excited to update. I'm stoked to do some streams with this set and to play some Canlander with this set. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. This VOD's going up on YouTube. There's also I will say there's a Loading Ready Run set review for North 100. Part 1 has come out already, where we do white to red, and then part 2 is coming out next Friday. You should tune into those. They're fun. But this VOD gets uploaded to YouTube along with all the other VODs. Part 1 of the Pokemon playthrough VOD is up there. Oh, there's already a lot of people watching it. That's cool. I mean, when I say a lot of people watching it, it's got like 1.3 thousand views. But it is an 11-hour VOD for a game that is not what this channel is about. So that's kind of cool. It's good falling asleep stream for you. My favorite 4 toughness card of the set, it's got to be the Emeritus, the green Emeritus. They're tuning in for the asparagus recipe. Understandable. Understandable. But yeah, all these get uploaded to YouTube. Also, yeah, the Chandelar VOD, the Goblins Chandelar playthrough. People loving the Chandelar. I think I'm going to go back to Chandelar. Chandelar might end up becoming this thing that we do during the like week before a set gets released when they take down Vintage Cube. It's just a good thing to do during that time. There's a free Discord you can join. If you want to support the channel, do so here, but don't support me on Patreon because I need to update all that given my new position. So let me drop you kids off somewhere. I don't know where to go. Anybody? How come nobody I follow streams? Oh, there's Loading Ready Run. Oh, they're doing a Dice Friends reading a Choose Your Own Adventure with Adam and Beej and Paul. How about you choose to go over there, watch that, and then I will not see you tomorrow because I'm taking Sunday off unless I want to stream some Pokemon. But I'll see you on Monday. Bye. Have a good one.